Welcome back to Cresson, Texas for the third round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. It's time to go racing. It's main event time here for round number 3. First up, Micro Swift, presented by Gallery Furniture. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Brody Stoffel and Tyler Blackwood traded number 1 spots throughout the heat races. They're going to share row number 1. Shep Sullivan and Dusty Schrayer sitting alongside each other on row number 2.
Aiden Quash, Wyatt White on the 3rd row. Alexander Kelly starting off 7th, and Bodie Byer alongside in the 8th spot.
Hayden Sampson in the 254, the young lady out of Waco, Texas, starting on row number 5. You go back to your last 2 rows with Sebastian Kim, Wiley Lee, Cohen Scott, and Christopher Arms. 7 rows total, 14 drivers getting set to take the green flag here today. And Micro Swift, once again, presented by Gallery Furniture. It's Stoffel on the inside on the Kart CRG USA machine, and on the outside, it's Tyler Blackwood, the kid out of Midland, Texas, on the red, white, and blue Bannock machine. And we get set to take the green flag here. It's been a long weekend so far. It was a long Saturday with a lot of heat races, but only one that counts. Into the tram lines we go. Green flag in the air. We go racing in Micro Swift.
Really good start from that top 3, Stoffel and Sullivan getting away well. Blackwood now side by side with Sullivan heading through turns 2 and 3. That's only going to open up the gap for Brody Stoffel as they head their way down the back straight. Blackwood now up the inside of Sullivan, puts himself up into P2 and releases him to try and go chase down the 229 CRG machine with Stoffel behind the wheel. But that's already probably going to be about a second gap. Once they come to the start-finish line, out of turn 9 they come, and they'll see the final corner approaching them. We'll get a better idea of where they are on track time-wise. But at the moment, Caleb, Stoffel has a bit of contact there further back. Stoffel having a really good run off the line.
One driver off the racetrack and into the grass. I think that was Wash, maybe the driver that was up in a 4th, and I think indeed that was Wash. The 246 was off the racetrack there on the exit of turn number 10. And this group here in the mid-pack just right behind Wyatt White on his Croc Promotion machine. Seems to be the likes of the 247 of Kelly, Bodie Byer right in this mix with Wiley Lee in there as well. I think Sampson even just at the tail end of that pack. So they continue to go back and forth. It's White, what looks to be the high five Texas machine there of the 247 of Kelly. Then you go back to Byer. Lee looking on the inside. 2-for-1 move in at turn number 9. How about Wiley Lee getting himself into the mix? What a move.
That driver's already getting their arms out with 13 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Leaders coming across the line. It was 9/10 of a second last time across the stripe. That now becomes 6. Tyler Blackwood going purple and closing down the gap to the leader, but we still got battling happening further back between these 2 CRGs. Well off the podium fight right now. Probably have to gonna put differences aside to try and catch up to the front pack, which of course is getting slimmer and slimmer with Tyler Blackwood being so fast in this early stage of the race.
Yeah, not only that for Stoffel as well, right? I mean, you kind of look at the lap times, 54.195 for Tyler Blackwood, at 54.470 for Brody Stoffel, the 229. Been pretty fast to start off the main event here. And again, 3/10 was the difference in between Blackwood and Stoffel. And again, he's the one chasing right now. We'll see how that gap maintains. But onto the front stretch, Bodie Byer having a look down the inside on Wiley Lee as we work our way up the hill. Byer slots himself back in a line here, Nate.
Yeah, good move there from Byer. Slotting himself back in line. That will open him up to try and catch up to battle for the top 5 spots. Bit of a mistake or something there from Tyler Blackwood, I will say, Caleb. Now it's 1.1 seconds, so losing almost 0.6 of a second.
That was about half
that
a
lap.
second. Yeah, I mean,
not what you want to be doing.
55.0 for Blackwood, so we looked away there for a second. And again, that gap opened up a significant amount, and it could have been a mistake, putting the tire wrong, putting a wheel wrong. But again, in main event action like this, right, it's imperative that you're consistent lap after lap, hitting your marks. That's really the separation factor, it seems like, here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Stoffel's just been so consistent. That consistency continues here. 1.3 seconds the gap now. Blackwood's going to need to find something or potentially have a little bit of pace in the mid to end range of this race, but obviously seeing that gap open up so much so early in this main event for Micro Swift, it's not a great feeling for the driver in second.
Yeah, definitely not. And again, you definitely a deflating feeling if you see that gap start to open up. We're just 5 minutes into this race. A little less than that. How about Beyer having another peek on the inside and in turn number 9? Looks like he's able to get clear even before the corner. Lee looked to cross him up. Didn't have the run on the exit. So it's back in a line behind a fellow chassis mate that's actually under different tent. But nonetheless, here's the gap up front. Tyler Blackwood reels it back in. 54.2 for Blackwood, 54.4 for Stoffel. So that gap opened up, and it closes back down. And we'll keep an eye on it as well as this race continues to go on. In the Micro Swift class, last year we saw Dutch Westbrook, Kimo Ahmad fight for the win of this race. This year it's two different drivers in the likes of Stoffel and Blackwood.
And you can see the battle continuing for 6th spot. Bodie Beyer, Wiley Lee. More battling happening further back here. Caleb between a couple of carts. Beckley Anderson trying to get by Alexander Kelly. Gets the job done in turn number 9. So move the CRG, the Kart CRG USA driver up another spot. Not over yet though. Kelly mounting the challenge around the outside in turn 10 and retakes 8th place away from Beckley Anderson. Not much happening with the leaders at the moment. Same gap as last time, so we'll stay on this battle well within the top 10. Still, Beckley Anderson trying to close that gap to Alexander Kelly.
There you go. We continue to follow with the 247 of Kelly and Beckley Anderson, who now is having a look on the inside. Turn number 9. Again, that door just closes on Beckley there. Kelly continuing to work his way through. We're almost at the halfway point here, Nate. And again, this is a new challenge, right? You obviously do 3 heat races yesterday, but going 15 minutes plus 2 laps, that's a whole different beast. The longest any of these drivers have been in the kart so far this weekend. As now Anderson having a look in a 1. Beckley's able to get clear.
Yeah, Beckley Anderson getting through there on Kelly. This battle continues to rage as Sebastian Kim not too far behind the way the 2 drivers in front of him have been battling so far. Wouldn't be surprised to see Alexander Kim get brought into this battle. Kim currently in the 10th spot, will be battling for 8th. Not too far away in the future here, but like you were saying, Caleb, attrition's probably going to come into it in this race. Maybe not so much for the morning classes where it's relatively cooler compared to what we're going to have later on in the afternoon. As a bit of a mistake there from Alexander Kim, Sebastian Kim getting by, or attempting to get by Alexander Kelly. And that gap is really closed up.
About a car length separated the 2 whenever they got into turn number 1. As you could say, turns number 1. Still work our way down the hill, and again, time just of the essence here, and the gap for the lead opens up again. Stoffel finding pace late in this one at 54.117 compared to the 54.144 of Blackwood. Both of them trading fastest laps here in this one. Last time another 10th out of the gap, or for the gap, if you will, for Stoffel as we continue to follow along with Alexander Kelly. Sebastian Kim, the 220 for Kart Racing Solutions. We work our way up the main straight.
Yeah, Kim just struggling a little bit with the rear end through there, trying to follow Alexander Kelly. Losing a little bit of time, but it does look like Sebastian Kim does have a good motor alongside him. 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go for our Micro Swifts here for round 3 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series for 2025. As battle further up, though, so we'll catch that here, Caleb. Some battling for position inside that top 5.
Yeah, looks like White here. Bodie Beyer have traded position here a little bit. Dusty Strayer just ahead of him. Driver currently sitting 4th, the 202. That's a good weekend so far for the rookie in Strayer, the 202. Again, getting himself inside of the top 5. Great result for him thus far this weekend, especially White. Again, we've talked about him, how much he's improved after last year and coming into this year. But a consistent top 5 driver here, and Bodie Beyer, a driver that we saw very often last year, Nate, in the kid kart category, moving up here this year into cadet. And again, he's been quite impressive throughout the year as well for GRC Motorsports and their CRT camp as well here this weekend. And Shep Sullivan, again, we were saying he was just running around in 4th kind of yesterday, looking for that top 3 spot, and at the end of the day, he was able to get it. And here today, he's been able to separate himself as well from the drivers 4th on back. Shep Sullivan, the 212, putting himself in 3rd, well into the podium places.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a earned podium for Sullivan if he can pull that off. 8.8 seconds off the lead right now, but in a bit of no man's land for him. About 3 or 4 seconds back to Dusty Strayer in that 4th spot. Just needs to keep all 4 tires on the road, pointing the right direction at this point, not make any mistakes, and that should be podium for him. But of course, still 4 minutes plus 2 laps can be a long time around Kart Moto here with the heat starting to rise. Still some windy conditions, though, that will make the draft racing interesting later on in the day. More battling happening further behind, but strong race so far for Shep Sullivan.
Yeah, having a look at the championship here. Coming into the weekend, Brody Stoffel leading only by 30 points over Tyler Blackwood. I think that gap might increase at the end of this one. Stoffel still your championship points leader, with Blackwood currently sitting in 2nd. And again, Blackwood surprised all of us over at Speed Sports Racing Park, where he was able to get his maiden regional race victory. He was close to one in Amarillo. Stoffel was able to keep himself ahead. And Shep Sullivan as well. How about the improvement through the rounds as well? Progressive, steady improvement. Round number 1 in the rain, something he's never faced before. Struggled a little bit. And then you turn around to Amarillo, Texas for the 2nd round. Comes out of there with 170 points, puts himself inside of the top 5 of the championship. And again, this has been huge as well to his progression in the sport, to his improvement in the sport. And again, he's been working real close with Sean Owens out of Dallas Kart Complex. And as well, to see his improvement in what, to my knowledge, is his first year of full regional racing action. Steady improvement, right? A podium already in Amarillo, a new track here this weekend with Kart Moto, and what's looking to be great for another podium, and separating himself as well from the drivers 4th on back. If we move upward, driver, the 228 out of Midland, Texas, Tyler Blackwood, talk about his improvement, his consistency as well with the Bennett team. Starting to see him more and more expand, going over to different regional races. We saw him at Route, I think, whenever we were there for Road America, and we saw him race as well across the USPKS circuit. So you can see that this kid, out of Midland, Texas, one track out of there, Rimrock Raceway, for Mr. Rimrock himself, Scott Cherry. And again, bringing drivers out of Midland out to other places. Great to see Tyler's improvement throughout the year, and as well his consistency this weekend has been one of the biggest things I think that he's been trying to improve on. And again, we're seeing it, right? New track, new place. And with time, this kid is going to be a star of the future as well. Great to see him up at the front of this one. But as well, the kid who's been running up front, we've seen him run up front all year long throughout many national series. Brody Stoffel, who knows how many podiums this kid has. spoke jokingly to his parents, right? They've been in the moving process, wanting to move closer to North Carolina, as well to get closer to Trackhouse Motorplex, the epicenter, if you will, of racing, of karting here in the States. They've been living out of their RV, trying to sell their house down in Houston, trying to move up there. And again, their biggest concern was if he keeps winning, keeps finishing on the podium, we're running out of place to really put all these trophies. We're running out of place, and I think sadly for them, with a minute to go and 2 more laps, I don't want to speak too soon, but with 4 seconds, if the kid can keep it on the asphalt, it's going to be another trophy into that RV that they've been living out of for the past couple of months. So huge for this kid, who's been really impressive as well, come along quite nicely. And you talked about that kid kart race as well yesterday, the I think best kid kart race to ever come across the face of the earth. This kid was part of it, and I think from the start we all knew, right, that he was going to be a star, just like he's turned out to be so far this year.
Yeah, 3 laps to go for Brody Stoffel. One of the things TSRS does incredibly well is develop these young drivers, especially in the cadet divisions. You see a lot of drivers that are out winning races in micro and mini at the national level get their footing here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, so it's cool to see those drivers develop. And like you were saying with Tyler Blackwood, he's been developing a lot over this season so far, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him battling for some top 10s, top 5s in national series later on in the year, and potentially in 2026 going for some national race victories. But for this man, though, Brody Stoffel, it's quite a nice problem to have too many trophies, and as things stand, it looks like they might have to figure out that issue as well. Running P1, sticks in the air, 2 laps to go, a 4.8 second gap to Tyler Blackwood. At the moment, that gap looks like it should open up to the 2:28 in second. That's now 5 seconds between Brody Stoffel and Tyler Blackwood. It's been quite the run so far, Caleb, for this kid. Never really looked in doubt throughout the weekend. He's been setting the pace all weekend long. Just needs about a lap and a half more to stand on that top step.
Yeah, he's coming past the last couple of corners, turn 9 and 10. He's going to see the white flag this next time around. And again, from the start of the weekend, right, Nate, you kind of look back, we saw the gap was almost at a second compared to what everybody else had done. And again, he's kept his head down throughout the entirety of this race. Looks over to the fence line, just 1 more lap to go. 1 more push to extend the championship points lead before we go to New Orleans in Louisiana. And again, we've talked a lot about this kid, whether it's on the national scene, whether it was back in Amarillo as well, whenever he put himself on the top step. And again, here this weekend, he's been impressive. I know his dad, Rich, here on site. His younger sister, Julia, haven't seen her all weekend, as well as her mom, as his mom, Diana, probably watching on from home here this weekend. And I'm sure they're going to be happy to see Brody come across the last 2 corners here at Kart Moto. Been impressive, been consistent, been fast all weekend long. And again, can't say enough about this kid and the year he's had. Brody Stoffel comes across the line to win again in 2025. Stoffel wins in Cresson.
Quite the run from Brody Stoffel. 5.4 seconds the gap, and how about this for Shep Sullivan? 2 podiums in a row for the 212 machine. It's quite the impressive past couple of rounds for him. But really, Caleb, the 5.4 second gap between Stoffel and Blackwood speaks for itself for the championship leader. More battling happening further back in the pack, but that 30-point gap between Stoffel and Blackwood will only grow after this weekend, heading into round 4 later on in the year. There are your unofficial results from the main event for Micro Swift. So we'll move on to the minis later on.
More racing action set to come your way. Mini Swift coming up next, live on Kart Chaser.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Time to go racing here once again with your Mini Swift, presented by the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy. Starting on the pole position, the 151 MSL Racing CRG of Tanner Barsh. He's starting alongside the 121 Nitro Kart Machine for the AR Academy, Aston Wyatt. Colton Schniegenberg and Kimo Ahmad are going to share row number 2.
Row 3 going the way of Alex Chandler, Marshall Steves behind them, Jensen Willander, Cruz Rodriguez.
Go back to Benton Hale in the 167 and Silas Root on row number 5. Your top 10 starters: Ayutayo Olisa, Nayeli Vargas, Jack Cowell, Jaden Jolivet, and Clayton Stiles to the rear of the field here in Mini Swift. It looked like on our starting grid order there, but here we go. We get set to go racing here in Mini Swift. It's Barsh on the inside. It's Wyatt on the outside. Stiles late to the tram lines. Green flag in the air. We go racing.
Stiles starting from the rear there, getting gifted there, having such a run on the back 3, making up 3 or 4 positions out of the first couple of corners, but it's Tanner Barsh leading the way. Schniegenberg and Wyatt are on a charge, though, catching right back up to the CRG pilot, heading through 6 and 7. The kink of 8. Turn 9, great passing opportunity. Schniegenberg, we'll see if he goes early and tries to control this race. Seems content to run second for the time being. Not too far back, Kimo Ahmad, Alex Chandler in that second pack, running 4th and 5th. Need a little bit of battling from the front 3, and there you see Clayton Stiles started 15th in this race, and he's already up a ton of positions. Kimo Ahmad looking on Alex Chandler there, unable to get anything done there. Clayton Stiles, though, Caleb, up to P11 already.
Yeah, Clayton Stiles already making some good headway, getting himself further and further up the run order. Looking to get back to these drivers here in the top 3. Barsh, Schniegenberg, Wyatt. You go back to Chandler, back to Ahmad. 2 Iron Rock machines working very well together. Looking to close down the gap to the top 3. And Rodriguez to Steves. We saw Marshall get himself in there, and we have a change for the lead. Colton Schniegenberg to the bottom of the racetrack. He's clear on Barsh.
Yeah, Schniegenberg taking the lead early, not wanting to allow Tanner Barsh to control this race from the get-go. And it was a clean pass by Schniegenberg, not allowing 3rd and 4th to go up. Ashton Wyatt up into 2nd now. Tanner Barsh moving down into 3rd. So these top 3, although swapping positions, have been playing nice so far. Being said, though, Caleb, Kimo Ahmad, 5th on track, P1 on the timesheets. Won't be surprised to see Ahmad and Chandler make their way up to this battle and make it a 5-kart train for the lead.
Yeah, Ahmad actually passed Chandler there up the main straight, and again, just wanted to switch things around, see if they can get themselves closer to the top 3, and we'll see how that works out. The, if you will, rookie of the two, getting himself up there. Chandler, seasoned vet, if you will, in the cadet categories, getting himself closer and closer to these top 3 drivers that have really been able to kind of separate themselves from the rest of the pack. But even then, it's looking a lot closer with Ahmad still closing in on the front straightaway. Further back, Steve's getting himself up into the 6th spot. That Trackside Karting Services GFC able to get by on Cruz Rodriguez in the 124.
Yeah, this top 3, top 5, not the only battle happening. There you can see the gap from 3rd to 4th with Kimo Ahmad trying to close down that gap. Aston Wyatt going purple last time across the stripe. See if you see any moves from him into turn 9. Stays behind Colton Schniegenberg for the time being. These top 3 working well together so far. Not to allow the likes of Kimo Ahmad and Alex Chandler to close up, as they would love to just make it a 3-way battle for the lead instead of adding 2 extra karts, 2 extra variables in there. Across the stripe yet again. Wyatt almost resetting fast time with it about half a tenth of what he did last lap. But still, the pace is quite high from this front 3 so far.
Yeah, and consistent, if you will. One driver actually looked to be off onto the wayside. Not sure which one it was, if it was one of the Red Speed machines, or who only got a glimpse of the helmet there, and we'll take a look at it as well when they go back around. But the gap further back in between Ahmad and Chandler has started to open up. It's just unfortunate Chandler hasn't been able to push Ahmad closer to the top 3. So I think that's going to kind of show us what we're going to see here later on today as well. There's Steves working his way by, Rodriguez, Styles working his way through. And here's that second group that we saw earlier on today. One driver pointing at the motor, not happy with it. But again, you go on. It looks like this is the 157 of Tayo Elisa, passing on Willander for 9th.
Yeah, getting that job done, and see if they can work their way further up the field to get some better points for their championship hopes. The moment, though, that gap between Tanner Barsh and Kimo Ahmad is starting to grow a little bit. It seemed like Ahmad and Chandler were working well together when Chandler had the pace to hold with Kimo. Fortunately now for those two, starting to lose the front 3 that have been so consistent on the timesheets. Speaking of which, Tanner Barsh, purple, last time across the stripe. 1.3 seconds between Ahmad and the leader Schniegenberg, goes to 1.7 there, Caleb. So hope's starting to dwindle for Kimo Ahmad. He's going to need something in the latter stage of this race.
Yeah, again, for Barsh, he needs to maintain that gap as well, right? You can't fall off too much. I think he's still connected with them, but you follow along on the back there. Yeah, they're still very much connected. Looks like 2/10 the difference, or a tenth, I should say, the difference in between the lap times with Aston Wyatt and Schniegenberg. Here goes Barsh looking for second. Gonna get it into turn number 9. And Schniegenberg in the process drops a tire. He goes a little wide, gonna force the hand of the 2 drivers behind him. Barsh, turn number 10 to the front. Aston Wyatt to second. Schniegenberg in third.
Yeah, Schniegenberg getting shuffled back there. It will take a bit of a tighter line compared to Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt through 1A and 1B. Gonna help him down the straightaway, but run out of turn 2 and 3. Not too hot for Schniegenberg, as that's already a huge gap that has opened up. Schniegenberg's gonna have to put in a couple of fast times to be able to close into that gap. Hopefully nothing's wrong with that 117. So push forward.
Yeah, we saw him go off in turn number 9. And again, just question marks, right? Out of Schniegenberg right now, we saw this yesterday, I feel like, with Barsh, but not with Schniegenberg. Could be anything, and I don't want to speculate all too much on it. Yeah, just surprising at this stage of the race to kind of be losing it. It seems like he's close to losing the draft here pretty soon, Nate.
Yeah, I think he's out of drafting range at this point, even with the super speedway style of track we have here. These cadet karts don't punch as big of a hole in the air as the seniors. If you're in that gap as a senior, you're getting a little bit of slipstream, not enough to really affect lap time that much. But for Colton Schniegenberg, he's going to have to lay down a couple fast times to be able to close in on that gap to Barsh and Wyatt in front. It was about 7.5 tenths to the leader last time across the stripe. This time, 1.3.
The gap in between Schniegenberg and Barsh for the top spot, and again just losing pace here. Further back, Ahmad as well stayed stagnant in the 4th spot. Chandler has been sitting there as well. To Steves, to Rodriguez, everybody separated by about 2 seconds. A second at that Atayo Lisa, to Willander, to Root. Cal there further back. He's actually quite close to Clayton Styles' 137 machine. Not too far away from each other.
Yeah, you can see there, Kimo Ahmad, Alex Chandler. The gap hasn't grown too much over the past couple of laps. Kimo Ahmad was very fast in the opening stage of this race, but unable to do a lot with it. Still, Barsh and Wyatt, gap starting to grow a little bit, 2.5 tenths. Schniegenberg, 2 seconds back.
Along here with Silas Root in the 199 comp kart machine. His way currently in the 10th spot. Looking to work his way closer to Willander in the 122 for a high 5 performance. And again, right behind Root is Styles. We kept an eye on Clayton as well. He's been impressive in the 206 cadet class so far this weekend. Nate, and again, showing some pace in Mini Swift throughout some of the sessions. Again, just had to start at the rear of the field, which really put him, if you will, on the back foot, and now just still been trying to close down his gap to Root.
Yeah, down in 11th, where finished the first lap. Seems like he made a little mistake, so I think at one point he was up to about 8th or something. On the timing charts there, now closing in on Silas Root to potentially get a top 10 for him in this race. Like you said, been impressive in 206 cadet. Unfortunately, having to start from the rear of this one, up the inside into turn 9. Is going to get that job done before the braking zone. Will Clayton Styles, so put the 137 Tony Kart up into the top 10.
Working our way through the last corner now. And Styles, again, made that move, made it stick. And the 137 now to get himself inside of the top 10. Fortunately, one DNF, that driver that we talked about earlier, that was Benton Hale. Unfortunately, not able to close this one out with us.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. Early retirement, not how you want to end the weekend, especially doing it so early on in the race, to now just have to sit and watch fellow competitors race it out.
There you go.
Further up, Clayton Styles wants another one. Willander, the next on his list, up the inside of turn 9, same place he got Silas Root. And that puts him up into 9th at this point. He's going to continue to charge up the field and see if he can work his way up and get a few more positions.
Work our way. We're getting to the closing stages of this race. 3 minutes to go left here, and Tanner Barsh, Aston Wyatt separated themselves from Colton Schniegenberg about halfway through this race. And to talk about these two kids, right? Tanner Barsh, a champion last year in 206 cadet. Ran double duty, ran his first Super Nationals as well last year, and then you turn around this year, full focus on the Swift package here this year. And for Aston White as well, who's already been testing on the junior side of things, his last year in the cadet ranks. Been impressive out at the SCUSA Pro Tour as well, getting himself within a couple of good results, pole positions here and there. And again, two kids that have been going back and forth, it seems like, for quite some time now, whether it's 206, whether it's Swift categories as well. Traded great battles for the Duffy last year at the IKF Grand Nationals. And here this weekend, they provided us a little bit of the same. And again, I don't want to count Schneegenberg out just yet. But something definitely amiss there for Schneegenberg compared to what we saw out of him earlier on in the race here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like it was more than a small mistake that's led Schneegenberg off the lead pack from having a controlling lead over Barsh and Wyatt to 4.3 seconds back. Something went amiss on that 117. It's a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go, so about 4 or so laps. 3 at this point here, Caleb, depending on the pace of Barsh and Wyatt. That gap's starting to open up just a little bit between Barsh and Wyatt. Nothing to worry about if you're Aston Wyatt, but just having to make sure you nail every apex to stay well within that drafting range of the CRG in front of you.
Yeah, we saw a little bit yesterday, right? There was some drivers that were quicker in some other corners than in their competitors, and then when you get to the straightaways, right, it just brings it back up. That's really the difference there of passing. Nonetheless, Wyatt still on the steering wheel and looking to close down his gap, but it's about a car length in between the two of them. But again, you talk a little bit about them. Tanner Barsh is the closest track they have to home. And again, they're still racing out at NTK, DKC, 2 tracks local to the Dallas Metroplex. And for Aston Wyatt as well, you talk about how busy this kid has been throughout the year, raced the USPKS out at Road America, has been racing SCUSA almost all year long. Get himself up there inside of the top 3. A couple of good results for him as well throughout the year. And I believe still this year looking for a win on the regional side of things, if I'm correct. Been plagued with a little bit of bad luck, but it's time to set all that aside. 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go left in the Mini Swift class presented by the AR Academy. And indeed, Aston Wyatt still looking for that first win, first podium, I should say, on the year with just Gremlins unfortunately plaguing him. And this weekend's been the closest he's been. But Barsh just keeping himself at an arm's distance here, Nate.
Yeah, and I'm sure Aston Wyatt would definitely take the podium, but when you're that close to a race victory, you're going to feel a little disappointment if you're handed the silver medal on the podium at the end of the day. Out of 9, they're going to see the white flag this time by for these front 2 that have checked out from the rest of the field. Out of turn 10, one more opportunity for Aston Wyatt to close that gap. One more lap for Tanner Barsh to stay consistent out in front. Checks over his shoulder to see a 4.5 gap between himself and Aston Wyatt. It's Barsh in control of this one, going down the back straight here, Caleb. Just half a lap to go at this rate. Keep it smooth, keep it consistent, and it should be a top step finish.
Almost a 10th a lap in the end, almost 2 tenths here that last lap, just to keep Aston Wyatt at an arm's distance, like keep saying, right? Just keeping him far away, too far away to make a move, too far to try something. But for Tanner Barsh, if you will, a home racetrack, his first year running full 2-cycle, started with the win out at Speed Sports Racing Park. You get to the turn here in Cresson. It's a return to victory lane for Tanner Barsh, who wins here in Cresson. Aston Wyatt across the line on the podium, and Colton Schneegenberg in third here. That's your podium for the AR Academy Mini Swift class.
So there you see Tanner Barsh taking the win. It's 2 for 2 for CRG. Aston Wyatt, then Colton Schniegenberg, Kimo Ahmad, Alex Chandler, Marshall Steves, Cruz Rodriguez, Clayton Stiles, Osla, and Willander. Your top 10 provisionally in Mini Swift.
Alrighty, real quick, we've caught up with a couple of drivers so far on the weekend. Cam, pleasure to have you up here with us. Been a good weekend for you so far. Talk a little bit about the weekend so far, how it's gone for you. You know, you're obviously starting on the pole, so being good.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be up here with you guys. But yeah, it's been a really good weekend. We've had a lot of pace. I think this whole season we've had a lot of pace. Really thankful to Ewan and Gary Lawson for investing in me and really helping me hone in on this year. And so we've been putting in a lot of effort. And I think one thing I really wanted to do was attack this year hard. Starting to run the team and have more people that I'm helping and coaching. I really wanted to set an example and make sure that we were in the championship fight this year and just put up some really good results. So obviously we had a DNF at the first round, so our points are a little bit off, but just really working hard this weekend. And so yeah, it's been really good so far, and looking forward to the final, starting on pole. The heats were interesting, learned a good bit, and so I'm just going to carry that knowledge into the final.
Yeah, I feel like it's been quite some time as well since you've been on that top step, right? But you're really good results. Top 5 over at MCC this weekend, staying up at the front. And I know we talked yesterday in the morning, and I was kind of surprised. I was like, she seems as confident as she's ever been in what, from what I can remember, right? There's always something, I think, with us racers, but there was nothing, right? It's just I just need to find somebody to push with, and we're good.
Yeah, pretty much. And so kind of like I said, we've been having the pace. It's just been really hard to put it all together. And so kind of had that mindset change this year where it's like, look, I don't need anybody anymore. Like, I'm going to go out and make it happen myself. I think for so long, like, we've dwelled on not having a teammate, not having a pusher. We end up in a lot of 2v1 situations, kind of like what we saw in some of the heat races yesterday and even back in Amarillo. And so honestly, like, all I can do is put myself in the best position and drive the best I can. And so kind of that mindset change, I think, is where some of that confidence came from. And it's like, I'm going to do whatever it takes and make sure that I represent who I need to represent and show out for our team.
Yeah, there you go. And I know it's a huge support group for you as well, watching on from home. You know, real quickly here before we go back to racing, who would you like to thank made it all possible for you to be here? I know your dad been busy with you, right, running the team.
Yeah, we've been so busy over the last couple of months, basically at the racetrack every weekend between our club series and our little team there, and then bringing some guys to these bigger events and even the national level stuff. So, of course, want to thank my parents, my family, all our family and friends, and then obviously you and Jeffrey and Gary Lawson. Couldn't thank them enough for the packages they have given me, and it's been a really, really good year.
All righty, Cameron, thank you. Best of luck later on today. We'll let you go.
Absolutely.
Great to hear from Cameron Reed there out of New Orleans, Louisiana. Move back and get ready to go racing here in shifter racing action presented by Arcane Motorsports. Jordan Musser, Aiden Rudolph going to share the front row.
Alongside will be John Malconi, Noah Zarsk starting behind. You have Derek Proctor, Bobby Klein, Cameron Pauley. 7-cart field in shifter, presented by Arcane Motorsports.
Yeah, so far coming into the weekend, Rudolph been leading the championship with a win already at Speed Sports Racing Park, a second-place finish for him out in Amarillo, and this weekend looking to get back to winning ways here in shifter. And again, second into the weekend, John Paul Mokori has been impressive, but nobody's been more impressive so far this weekend than Jordan Musser, and the way he's been able to punch off the line. Something Rudolph has been having to learn, growing pains coming into the shifter class, but we'll see what he's got, what he's learned. One driver with issues further back, Cameron Pauley, unfortunately hasn't been able to get fired off as they get us set to get going, and I think we're going to get the green flag here. And we do. Whole shot goes the way of Jordan Musser on the inside. Derek Proctor looking for a move. Rudolph slots in the line in a second. A good start for Noah Zars. Get himself up to third.
All things considered, not a bad getaway for Aiden Rudolph either. You saw him struggling with starts yesterday, so for him to finally maintain position off the start, it's a good run for him. CRG currently running in second place. Aiden Rudolph looking to make it 3 for 3 for the orange and black team this morning. Obviously, with them sweeping the cadet divisions and 2-cycle categories, it'll be interesting to see if Aiden Rudolph is able to get by the veteran of Jordan Musser.
Yeah, walking into that CRG tent yesterday, and one word came out of the mouth of Aiden Rudolph: exhausted. Exhausted was the driver of the number 7 Kart CRG USA machine after a day full of racing in double duty. And again, he was like talking about that last heat race, right? Heat race number 3 was very, I think, mentally taxing as well, picking the right decisions, because half the time you'd like to not be thinking while you're driving, but when there's so many drivers around you, you're thinking every second, right? Am I going to go inside? Am I going to go outside? Do I pass here? Do I not? And the same thing goes for shifter as well, right? Because you're thinking about gears and driving, almost trying to get into that tunnel vision, if you will. But Jordan Musser, again, been really consistent up front, and these two have been able to separate themselves from the rest of the field. Rudolph inching his way closer. Again, the biggest struggle that we saw, I think, out of Rudolph more than anything yesterday was just trying to pass Musser more than anything here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a easy place to get by at all, is this track, especially for the shifter karts, where just a bit of a different line you take through the corners, how you find time. It makes it very difficult to get by a competitor. Don't see a lot of passing, at least yesterday. So we were focusing on Aiden Rudolph and Jordan Musser. Musser knows exactly where he needs to put that kart to defend from the driver behind. That's going a bit shallow into turn 9. Musser that time resets fast time. 45.9 for the 67 Barrel Art, the only driver to drop in to that 45-second time bracket. But as the race goes on, you have to think that Aiden Rudolph will probably do the same. He is right on the back end of that Barrel Art machine and hounding him into the bowl.
Turn number 9 has been his passing spot here. We'll look in a 9. I thought about it. Had a good thought about it, and thought better, if you will, in a turn number 9. Musser closed that door relatively fast, and the drivers further back, Derek Proctor, Noah Zars, Bobby Klein, still sitting together, 3rd and 4th, with Proctor back in 5th, Melchiori in 6th, and unfortunate there for Pauly, not able to start this one. Cameron Pauly, that is.
Yeah, unfortunate for Cameron Pauly, driver registered from Chaska, Minnesota, so a bit of a drive down there. Feel a bit ashamed not hearing Cameron's name at all. Hasn't done a lot of racing.
Relatively new
up there.
Relatively new to shifter racing. I think his first year has been working very closely with Jordan Musser, as well at local tracks, and again they're pitted right next to each other out of the back of Musser's truck. Funny enough, all you need, right, to go shifter racing, and we talked about Musser being a huge advocate, bringing guys like Cameron Pauly into racing action here in the shifter side of things.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's like we were saying yesterday, Jordan Musser just a great advocate for karting, great advocate for shift kart racing here in Texas and in the United States. Seems like whenever the Supernats is a bit low on master shifter entries, Jordan Musser is always on Facebook trying to rile up the troops and get entries up, and lo and behold, he always does it because we always have a great show in Vegas year in and year out. There you can see, though, Noah Zarsk and Bobby Klein still battling for the final spot on the podium. No moves being made on track throughout all positions. It's been staying in line from what we've seen from the start. I'm sure, though, Noah Zarsk, with all the attempted passes Aiden Rudolph is going for, is probably liking his position right now, because if those two really start to battle, Zars could be in this. He's 2.2 seconds off of Jordan Musser and Aiden Rudolph, who just reset fast time.
To me, the biggest question is how much do you have left? How much do you have left in the tires here? You know, at the end of this one, how much did you save throughout the heat races as well? You only get one set. Qualify, heat races, main event, and Rudolph looking in a turn number 10, deep on the brakes, catching us by surprise even, and catching Musser by surprise, more importantly, getting himself to the lead of the race here in shifter.
Yeah, Aiden Rudolph attempting that move twice before yesterday, third time's the charm. Gets that job done in turn 10, just had to really send it in on the brakes in 10 because yesterday Musser was just able to hold the outside and hold the race lead. So now it's on Jordan Musser to try and work his way forward and get by number 7 CRG, piloted by Aiden Rudolph, out in the lead.
Continue to work his way around, and again, we'll see Rudolph again next weekend whenever we go to Newcastle, Indiana, to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the final round, the final stop of the SCUSA Pro Tour before the SCUSA Super Nationals, where many of the best in the world meet up to race in the streets of Las Vegas. And again, you'll see the likes of Noah Zars there as well. Hoping to see Jordan Musser out there racing some Masters racing action for his PSL karting Burrell Art team. But nonetheless, Zars, this would be a good podium finish, but Bobby Klein looking to deny him into turn number 6. Bobby Klein getting himself up to third.
Yeah, big move there for Bobby Klein to get that job done. Put Cosmic onto the podium right now. Not over though. Noah Zarsk retake the position. Little bit of contact at the apex. Klein's going to go all 4 off. And that is him way down the order, still trying to fight that to get on track, still attempting to. He's going to have to be careful with the tire barriers there. Still trying to get back on track.
In between the track and the grass, finally able to get back on. And rightfully so, not happy for Bobby Klein. Unfortunate there.
Yeah, it just looks like there was a bit of a lip at the edge of the track there, making it difficult for the Cosmic pilot to get back on track. But he does so. Down in 6th, quite a ways back, and now Derek Proctor looking at a potential podium here. He's right behind his CRG teammate.
Yeah, Proctor inching his way closer to Noah Zars here on the front stretch. About 2 car lengths away at the Kart CRG USA teammates that head to the SCUSA Pro Tour next weekend as well. We'll be live on the Saturday. Again, only one round where the Shifter Pro Show takes the racetrack. Again, one of the best events that we see on the year. Nothing better than some Shifter racing action across Newcastle Motorsports Park. You know, this is a great warm-up to what we'll see next weekend as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Pro Shifter and SCUSA Pro Tour is one of the races to watch throughout the year as you're marking down your calendar. We had one of the most memorable moments of the season down at Speed Sports Racing Park with Billy Musgrave, and Bump and Run with Gavin Bailiff, going to Newcastle here in just a few days' time for some of these teams to get ready for the finale of the Pro Tour. Of course, the CRG drivers that find themselves 1st, 3rd, and 4th at the moment, Kart CRG USA and Ewan Jeffrey having more presence on the national scene than they have in the past couple of years. Ewan and the team continuing to build up that program as they've really started to find their footing here in Texas on the regional level, and now expanding that to the national. Great to see a globally renowned brand like CRG that has had so much success in Europe starting to flourish a little bit here in the States.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of hard work behind the scenes for a lot of these guys. How about John Paul Mochiori getting himself into the mix there as well? Talk about the Santa Ana Racing 14-year-old getting himself up to 4th here. He's had a good run so far this year with a couple of podium finishes. Finished off the podium over at Speed Sports, finished on it in Amarillo. And the likes of Billy Musgrave were very impressed by this kid who knows his way around a shifter kart, knows his way around a track as well. Very impressive out of Melchiori to get himself up to 4th and looking to hunt down Noah Zars to chase down a podium. But down the hill we go with Aiden Rudolph, a move to shifter here this year. And again, been pretty impressive, right? If you look back at his dad's career as well throughout the shifter ranks, multi-time Rock Island Grand Prix winner in the shifter category. I think for a while had the record of King of the Streets there, King of the Rock, for quite some time. I need to get the exact number, but if you go over to Speed Sports Racing Park, there's a room named after it with all the rocks in there, the Rock Island Grand Prix room in there as well, where Allen's, I'm sure, will get inducted into the Hall of Fame of the Rock Island GP if he isn't already.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a legend of that race, and see a legend of the sport here. Jordan Musser running P2. After that pass that Aiden Rudolph had in turn 10, just unable to do anything and close up. 1.5 seconds, the gap still close enough where if Rudolph makes a mistake, Musser will be in the equation, but gonna need to either find a few tenths every lap or wait for a mistake from Aiden Rudolph, which doesn't seem likely. He's been fairly consistent all weekend, Caleb. He's been setting the pace in this shifter category, and with just 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go, it's looking good for Aiden Rudolph.
Here we go, battle further back. John Paul Melchiori. Took him a while, but he's chased down Noah Zars, looking for a podium place here. Tried it in a 3 with Derek Proctor. He was able to make it stick. Now he's looking to hunt down Zars on the backstretch. We go into the sweeper. Melchiori inches his way closer and closer as we head into turn number 6.
Yeah, Melchiori seems like he's turned on the afterburners at this point. Inside in a turn 9, trying to get on the podium. He does provisionally. Now that puts him up into 3rd, checking over his shoulders, going defensive into 10. Has to not allow that over-under from Zarsk. Looks like they'll be side by side across the line. No, Melchiori holding on to 3rd for the time being. A super pass from the Barrel Art driver, putting 2 of those Barrel Arts on the podium now. But how about it for Melchiori, Caleb?
This is great, right? Kind of seeing this kid grow up out at Speed Sports Racing Park, racing in 206 Junior just 2 years ago, and to turn around this year, racing shifter for the first full year. You know, still 14 years old, and what a drive so far out of John Paul Melchiori, getting himself up to 3rd, not giving up, turning on the afterburners, like you said, outlasting, having the stamina it takes to go around this place, and getting himself into the podium places. Impressive, to say the least, out of Melchiori. Into the top 3, onto the podium places for this kid. And I'm sure Santana Racing Co., a small team out of Speed Sports, going to be happy to see their main man get himself into the conversation here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an impressive season for him so far. A podium, they would absolutely take that at this stage of the championship. He's already starting to build a gap to Zarsk and Proctor behind there, Caleb. So the 2 CRG teammates, they'll be battling it out for 4th at this point, unable to respond to what Melchiori did to them in turn 9. Still a couple laps to go at this point, so anything can happen, but looking good for Melchiori as now Proctor up the inside of Noah Zarsk, so he can put the 14 pilot up a spot.
Derek Proctor getting himself through for 4th. That's a good move out of Derek. Again, Zars getting shuffled back a little bit. Going to be back in the 5th spot. Bobby Klein still there, unfortunately, in 6th. Working his way around Kart Moto, but we're about to start the last 2 laps of this race. I think maybe the next time around for Aiden Rudolph. Just 20 seconds left on the clock here, Nate.
Yeah, and with Melchiori running in 3rd right now, that would equal his best finish on the season at Amarillo Kart Complex not too long ago underneath the lights. Currently running 2nd in points. This man, though, running 1st, Aiden Rudolph, a win and a second place for him this year, finishing runner-up to Mr. 5-time at the Las Vegas Super Nationals, Billy Musgrave, winning in Amarillo. Not here this weekend. The factory kart team getting ready for the big one next weekend, the finale of the SCUSA Pro Tour. But 2 to go, sticks in the air here. Aiden Rudolph looking over his shoulder, just double-checking the whereabouts of Jordan Musser. Finds himself 2.1 seconds back from the lead, and time starting to run out for Jordan.
Yeah, it's been challenging as well, right? 21 laps in this main event in a shifter. That'll do something to you, but again, getting ready for next weekend at Newcastle Motorsports Park, a track, if you want to say, very similar to this, just a lot more corners, a lot more braking zones, and if you will, maybe a little more technical. But for Rudolph, coming to the white flag this time by, this is a great way to get himself in that racing mindset, maybe even in the winning mindset as he gets the white flag this time by. But again, he's taken to the shifter class like a fish to water, been fast right from the start, the opening round at Speed Sports. Great opening to it all. And again, just one more lap, a couple of more corners for Rudolph here, Nate.
Yeah, and just the gap speaks for itself. The consistency speaks for itself from Aiden Rudolph, a driver who, like you said, new to this class in 2025, has definitely proven himself in shifter.
One more corner, but I'm sure you and Jeffrey will be happy with a trophy before they head up to Newcastle. Aiden Rudolph gets it done in Cresson. He gets it done in shifter. Jordan Musser across the line in second. And you have to wait a little bit, but John Paul Melchiori on the podium once again here in Cresson.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now. This is Henry for OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back to the third round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Kid Kart on track next for their main event here in Cresson, Texas. Alongside me, of course, Caleb Vieska. Vettel Baker, though, will be alongside Maverick Reddick on the front row. Liam Lofton and JJ DeShong on the front 2 rows.
Go back to Booker Anderson, Grayson Hollis, Wylan Galliano, and Xander Lorang. Your 8 drivers, your 4 rows here in 206 Kid Kart.
So grid will be cleared of the parents and mechanics. 1 minute signal being given by TSRS officials. Had a few issues getting some karts started throughout the weekend yesterday. Everyone looking set, good to go here, Caleb, to start off the main event in Kid Kart.
Visors down, we look to the flag here, and we'll see who gets the whole shot. Green flag in the air, it's Vettel Baker on the inside, Maverick Reddick on the outside, and we're racing up to turn number 1, and it's a good start for the outside line. Maverick Reddick to the lead of the race.
Maverick Reddick, who has been following Vettel Baker all weekend long. Now it's Reddick leading the way over Baker, but you can see that gap, Caleb, starting to close down the back straightaway. Baker not letting the 75 get too far in front.
Yeah, it's the first time Reddick's been at the helm of this class so far this weekend. Vettel Baker has had them covered up to this point. With Vettel and Mav, really good friends off the racetrack. Spending a lot of time together, running around together. From racetrack to racetrack, that is as well. And here we go, battles further back as well. JJ DeShong, Liam Lofton looking to trade the 4th spot. Battles further back as well, side by side. Like it was Lorang maybe and Hollis in that group. And here we go, more moves. Lofton looked on the inside, he's clear. Hollis was in that mix as well. Looks like Hollis is up to 4th. And now JJ DeShong in 5th.
Yeah, this battle third on back has always been interesting throughout the weekend. It's been pretty single file up front, not a whole lot of moves. Hard to pass for the lead here, but this battle for the final spot on the podium is definitely going to heat up. Liam Lofton currently having his 2 feet on that 3rd spot. Grayson Hollis, JJ DeShong battling as well, and Booker Anderson, the 4 CRGs you can see there in shot, battling it all out. And Wylan Galliano in 7th, the lone green machine there, not on the CRG chassis, trying to get by 4 karts now to get onto the podium here.
Yeah, 1, 2, no moves yet. Baker is closing in on the rear bumper of Reddick as we go into turn number 9. And further back, JJ DeShong looking to pass, and the 97 of Hollis goes around the number 4, facing the wrong way on the exit at turn number 9. Unfortunate there for the 97.
Yeah, not what you want to be doing there in a position where you could have been battling for the podium. Up front, though, Vettel Baker hard inside of Maverick Reddick, unable to get that done into turn 1A and 1B. Just taking a very narrow line on the front straightaway there. There you can see the rest of the field passing through. Some change in positions further on back.
Wylan Galliano making up a couple of spots. Booker Anderson is back there as well. Galliano's up to 5th. Anderson to 6th. Those two drivers trading positions there a couple times ago. And again, Galliano just figuring this track out still. Maybe the setup even. Again, yesterday wasn't the best of days, but today came out firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely is. Everyone's staying single file as things stand right now. A couple of them maybe getting spooked by what happens when you try to pass in that top 3. There's no one really close enough to make any moves. That's the 11 off there. Oh. Hard into the wall for Xander Lorang.
Backs into the wall there. Unfortunate for Lorang. The high 5 machine out of this race early. Just a spin there on the exit of turn number 10. Dropped the tire. The battle for the lead hasn't changed. Still Reddick up front. Still Baker in second. Lofton starting to put in a little bit of a gap in between himself and JJ DeShong. And back to the top 5 of Galliano, who's actually closing in on the 77 of DeShong here, Nate.
Yeah, Galliano's got some pace here. Closing in that battle for 4th. See if we have any moves there from the EOS driver. His way out of turn 8 and then into 9. Great passing opportunity for all classes. Of course, with the track being fairly flat out for these kid carts, just makes it that bit easier. Ducks to the inside. Unable to get it done there. So he'll continue in 5th for the time being. Championship points leader, the winner at round 1 at Speed Sports. Currently finding himself off the podium for the first time this season. Still battling up front for Vettel Baker as he went purple last time across the stripe.
He has a good
run.
run.
Side by side there, Caleb. Up the inside, new leader.
Yeah, that was the best run Vettel Baker has had so far this race. Able to get on the inside. Reddick left him space. And the two of them able to make it through. But it's been a lot closer than what it's been so far this weekend, Nate. Reddick very close onto the rear bumper of the 22 up front.
Yeah, Mav Reddick is staying right there on the leader of Vettel Baker. Not letting him get too far out in front, but knowing Vettel has a little bit of a pace advantage right now, Maverick just going to use all the draft and follow CRG teammate for this lap. Get an idea of line he's driving at this point. Still 9 minutes plus 2 laps to go for these kid kart drivers. So it's not over yet, Caleb. We still got plenty of time for these kids. As you can see, that's the gap back to 3rd. It's quite the margin. 1st and 2nd have built up.
Yeah, we'll see if Reddick can respond here on the front straight away. He's going to have to build back up to where he was. Galliano, DeShong closing back in on Liam Lofton. Takes a look to the left of the steering wheel, leans into the corner. Gets his kart to turn.
Yeah, a little bit of a different stance there for Liam Lofton.
I feel like I'm driving and watching him drive too, man.
Yeah, you really get into it here at TSRS Kid Kart, don't you? But side by side for 3rd at that point, Liam Lofton, JJ DeShong. Cue ball helmets going into 5 and 6 at this point, but still, Wyland Galliano not too far back. Championship points leader. See if he sees any mistake from these two, he's definitely going to pounce and get himself onto the podium. 3rd place at Amarillo last time out. He's looking to at least equalize that and get a couple spots better than 5th as things stand for the 24 kart.
There we go, DeShong again a little wide there on the exit at 10. And that's going to allow Galliano to get alongside the 77. Here goes Galliano looking into turn number 1. DeShong looking to crowd him. Not enough. The 24 going to get himself through for 4th.
Nice and tight through turn 1 there. Getting the job done is Wyland Galliano is just 1 place away from getting onto the podium, but Liam Lofton will be holding on to that position, not wanting to give it up. Bumper to bumper. Down the back straightaway they go. Wyland Galliano just seems like he's got better run down the straightaway. This has been able to do a lot of his moves in a turn 1. Making moves into the bowl, turn 8, turn 9, a bit more tricky here. Just because of the geometry of the corners, but through 1A and 1B with how easy flat it is through there, allows some of these kit kart drivers to pretty much white line it and still get the pass done. As you can see there, battle continues to rage on in kit kart.
DeShong looked to have a go on the 24 there in a turn number 10. Again, just wasn't close enough. But this is the battle for the podium places. Galliano still getting closer to Liam Lofton. And this is a good recovery drive as well, I must say, for Wyland Galliano, who's, again, been very good so far today. Yesterday struggled a little bit, but today that pace is showing out of that green machine this time. Looking down the hill, it looks closer than it has been in previous laps here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. He's always been able to get good runs out of turns 2 and 3 to close up the gap between himself and Liam Lofton. Just with how much grip is in turn 7 and the on-camber nature, I don't think we'll see any moves into the bowl. But you can see there, Wyland Galliano looking a little bit to the inside of turn 9. Thought about move later on in the race on Liam Lofton through there, but going to get into his favorite passing opportunity, turns 1A and 1B in just a few short moments here. See how he gets on to the front straightaway. It's pretty even between the pair of them, but that gap is starting to close ever so slightly. You might see a move for third here, Caleb.
Here we go, Wyland Galliano looking on the inside in a turn number 1. And on to the podium places. Can it be? Over under move. Liam Lofton. Slick move out of the 41. What a way to set up the crossover there, Nate.
Yeah, Liam Lofton not wanting to give that one away too early. He was on the podium last round at Amarillo. He wants to stay there as a P2 for him. Running P3 right now. Baker and Reddick are just too far up the road to challenge. 5.8 seconds or so between second and third. So these guys will be left to battle for the final step on the podium. This Wyland Galliano is going to have to rethink strategy a little bit here because, like you said, Caleb, incredibly slick move from Liam Lofton to keep himself on the podium. As things stand, 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go here for the main event of Kit Kart.
We're going to go side by side again. Lofton going to go to the bottom of the racetrack this time to defend from Galliano, who's looking on the outside. It was the other way around a lap ago. This time, Lofton on the inside. Galliano, can he set up a crossover this time? Not close enough there. And further back, JJ DeShong defending from Booker Anderson as well up the hill into turn number 1.
Yeah, between this battle for third and fourth, it seems like it's just a race to the apex of 1B. If you can get there first, then that move is pretty much yours with how the radius of that corner does close down as you go through there. Just have to make sure not to wash wide at the apex and allow the driver behind to get a good run on you through turn 3 and the entirety of the back straight. Into turn 9 they go once again. To the other side looks Wyland Galliano, not close enough. Tucks back in line into the slipstream of the 41 CRG of Liam Lofton. He'll stay behind for now. Vettel Baker, though, building a bit of a gap to Maverick Reddick. 0.6 of a second last time across the stripe, so the battle for the lead starting to cool off here. More side-by-side action, more defensive driving from Liam Lofton in third. More battling happening back with JJ DeShong and Booker Anderson, but on camera here, Liam Lofton holding off in third, but still Wyland Galliano getting a good run through these next couple of corners. Green flags being waved through here. Looks like one kart might have spun, but they got going again as the leaders are going to have to clear them, Caleb.
Yeah, lap traffic is what we're going through, and I'd like to take a look at that as well because that's could be a difficulty to navigate. And yeah, the lead of the race actually a whole lot closer together. We're closer to Lorang. Our leaders have caught up, and it seems like Baker's struggled to pass at this stage. He's looking on the inside of turn number 9 now. And again, they're trying to signal the black flag, and here comes Reddick looking side by side. Baker looking on the inside to get past. Lorraine going to stay out there on the track. Can Reddick make it by? He does, but now he has a monster run up the straightaway. Maverick Reddick in the 75 looking to pass on Vettel Baker with a minute and a half to go.
The race has really started to unfold here for the leaders. Baker, that gap that he's worked so hard to build up throughout this race is now gone, as Maverick Reddick is right on the back end of that number 22 kart, leading the way here with just a minute and 20 to go, plus 2 laps when the timer runs out. Right on each other on the back straightaway going into turns 4 and 5. Maverick Reddick has been given a second chance here at a race win, and potentially to go back-to-back in Kid Kart main events and TSRS competition here, Caleb.
Yeah, you see the fence lines absolutely erupt as these two get closer together. They were close in Amarillo, but they threw a black flag for a back marker, and again, Vettel got confused, thought they were giving the black flag to him, and he was in the lead of the race, pulled into the pits a couple of laps too early, and then ultimately the win went over to Maverick Reddick, where he got his first regional win. Went on just a couple of weeks ago to get his first national win. Baker's still looking for his first win on the year. Qualified on the pole over at Speed Sports. Couldn't close it out. And this time Reddick looking to challenge him again. Baker looks over, looking to defend from Reddick, who now moves to the outside.
Yeah, side-by-side action into turns 1A and 1B. Vettel Baker having the advantage by about 1 to 2 kart lengths over the 75 machine, that bright orange helmet on board the bright orange kart of Maverick Reddick. Doesn't seem to get that much of an advantage out of turn 3 there, Caleb, down the back straightaway yet again. Probably going to have to wait for Vettel Baker, to make some sort of small mistake to bring the 75 right back into the fray of things.
And here we go into turn number 6 now. Reddick still closing his gap, 2 car lengths. And closing the 75, looking for a way around the 22, who's been quite flawless all weekend long, been undefeated throughout the heat races. It should be a good chunk of points for Vettel to catapult himself into the top 5 in the points here. Reddick looking to take over the championship lead here at TSRS. And this last corner is where Reddick has really pulled onto the rear bumper of the 22. He has a good run this time by, once again, 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go here in 2:06 Kid Kart, Nate.
It's far from over for the battle for the lead. 2 more circuits to go. Vettel Baker has decided to just white line it into turn 1A and 1B every time, and it's working for him. He's holding the gap between himself and Mav Reddick onto the back straight. Seems like that gap is starting to open up. It's a little under 0.2 of a second, the gap right now, but in a Kid Kart with that limiter that hits so early on after you exit the corner, that is an eternity to try and catch up, especially with the track that is flat out for these kids. Out of the bowl they come. No real passing opportunity here in a turn 9. Just Reddick way too far back, as they're just a couple of corners away from entering the final lap here, Caleb. It's looking good for Baker as Reddick makes a little bit of a mistake out of turn 9, but we know how well the 75 punches out of this final corner.
Somehow, some way, these kids always keep us on the edge of our seats. Race in, race out, and here we go. One more time around Kart Moto. Vettel Baker still in the lead of the race. The parents, the mechanics, the fans cheering on these kiddos, these superstars of the future as they work their way around turn number 1. Vettel Baker looking for his first win on the year, for his first time on that top step here in 2025. Reddick looking to get back there after the amount of success he's had this year. With the white flag in the air, Baker extends his gap just a little bit here in the last couple of corners, Nate.
Yeah, Baker still looking for that first win on the year, like you said. Pole position at Speed Sports, pole at Amarillo, but hasn't had a win to back it up. And with that gap of what's well over 0.4 of a second at this point for Vettel Baker, looking at a top step finish for him.
Here we go, one more corner for Vettel Baker for the MSL team for CRG. Vettel Baker around turn number 10. Like you said, it's been a great year for him on the qualifying side, but it's about time he got a main event win. Vettel Baker wins in Cresson. Double checkers in the air. Maverick Reddick across the line second, and what a recovery drive for the 24. While Galliano puts himself onto the podium in third.
Rest of the field starting to roll on by, double checkered flags. Those of you keeping track at home, that is 4 race wins in a row for the CRG brand. A great start to Sunday. It's not over yet. There you see unofficial results from our main event for our 206 kit carts. The action is not over yet, so plenty of classes yet to go here on Sunday.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
KA Junior out onto the racetrack, presented by P1 Engines. Let's run you down your starting lineup. David Ibarra, Tyrone Kemper Jr. share row number 1 with the kid from Amarillo, Luke Cruz, starting alongside Nathan Golseth on row 2.
Braden Westfall, Gage Bailey on row 3, Matthew Duquette, and then RPG Cosmic of Royce Vega starting 8th.
Nicholas Orbezo and Mason Berry on row number 5. You go back to the next 5 rows with a couple of more drivers, the likes of Jordan and Vani, Jackson Baldus, Oscar Gus Wonderley, Easton Cox, Theo Mitchell, Oscar Antonson, Carson Berry, and Catero Milbrandt. 18 drivers total getting set to take the green flag. Ian Mims, I should mention as well. And I think Salvador Ruiz, the 20 drivers that we have taken the green flag here today in the junior category. But it's Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the outside, David Ibarra on the inside. No start, no start, no start one more time around.
First no start of the day. KA Jr. will give it another go. We were talking off air, Caleb. David Ibarra starting from pole has the chance to make it 5 for 5 for CRG today. Goes well here, doesn't he? And obviously starting from pole in a very competitive KA 100 junior class could be quite the stat for the CRG boys and girls, but of course, still have a long main event to try and prove that the likes of Tyrone Kemper Jr., Nate Gulseth, and the rest of the drivers behind have been awfully quick this weekend. It's been very close in KA 100 Junior. We'll have to wait and see who stands on the top of the podium come the end of this race.
Yeah, can't fail to mention as well another driver that we just missed there on our grid. Sofia Sadagova taking the green flag here, the 805 for MSO Racing. She's starting a little bit ways down the field, but again, bad luck plagued her day yesterday, her first start in the junior ranks. But yeah, like you said, David Ibarra looking to make it 5 for 5 for the black and orange, and as well here this weekend, looking to go back-to-back here at Kart Moto. One here last year, looking to win here this year, starting from the pole, and as well one in Amarillo on the racetrack. Unfortunately, DQ and Tech put him out of contention and puts him down on the championship as well in 8th. Needs to bounce back here this weekend. This could be the perfect way to get back to winning ways here this weekend. Can he make it stick? Tyrone Kemper Jr. has been impressive as well throughout the weekend, but we go racing. Green flag in the air. It's time for KA Junior.
Good run out of the first few corners for David Ibarra. Everyone else stacking up through 1B and turn 2. Ibarra and Kemper Jr. again a good run. Cruz and Gulseth also there now. Like we said in the pre-show, 4-cart breakaway is very often happening here as 3 drivers off.
Jordan Vani off, Jackson Baldus on the High Five Performance Machine off, Ian Mims as well for Trackside Karting Services off the racetrack and slowing. But here we go. We're stacked up for the top 5, top 10 almost. Ibarra's at the helm to Kemper, to Luke Cruz, and here goes Nathan Gulseth in a turn number 10. He's got it.
Yeah, I can see that move coming from Gulseth to get that job done. Into P3 for him, and now Tyrone Kemper Jr. wants a piece of the action. The number 1 plate goes P1 into the opening few corners as some drivers in that wreck in turn 3 are being led onto track. That could be interesting here, Caleb. There's a couple more going off in 1B.
I'm not sure if that was Mason Berry as well. One of the Berry brothers off and into the grass, either Carson or Mason. One of the two with one of the ones with the green helmet. Still can't tell their helmets apart, and that's bad by me. But nonetheless, you see how many drivers have been split up here. Theo Mitchell off the racetrack as well. One more in the infield. It is chaos to start this one off here in KA Junior. Gulseth looking to go back for 3rd. He's clear. Vega gets his way closer and closer to the top 10. Finally seeing a little bit of the blue and pink here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And how about Orbezo, the driver who qualified on pole way further back than he would have wanted, having to fight to get back into this pack. Vega is another driver who didn't have great qualifying, but now he's in on this lead pack. One thing worth mentioning, Tyrone Kemper Jr. is going to have some lap traffic that he's already cleared going into turn 5. Now the rest of the field is going to have to try and get by as clean as possible to get by that comp cart in front.
Yeah, going to be close here. Gulseth working his way through turn number 9. Cruz looking to follow. That driver on the comp cart stuck on the outside, but unfortunately his race going to end early here in this one. As now Westfall looking on the inside of Cruz as a result of that. And yeah, just confusion, if you must, here in this one, Nate.
Yeah, as a lot of the drivers in that 5th bomb back are trying to get by this lap cart on very early on in the race. Orbezo now having to go side by side at this stage of the race. What do you want to see for those drivers battling for a win as this entire lead pack has really got separated by them having to get by that cart? But further up the pack, you can see Orbezo there running 4th at the moment. Pole sitter for all 3 heat races yesterday. Didn't have the results he would have wanted, so having to start a little bit further back. More positions being changed here, Caleb, though, in turn 9.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate there for a couple of drivers that got sent down the order due to that. But Kemper Jr. out in the lead with Gulseth right behind him. Gage Bailey finally getting himself up to 3rd. Side by side for 4th. Westfall, Luke Cruz, who has help from Nico Orbezo. They're able to clear him before the corner. Here comes Vega as Ibarra continues to shuffle down the pylon. He's dropping back, Nate. dropping back a lot here in this one. He's back to 8th almost.
Yeah, fading fast for David Ibarra. Something's got to be wrong with that 806 CRG for him to go from, being on pole in this race, being up at the front, and now down in 7th, 2.4 seconds back. That's not at all what you want to see for him. So they will make their way through turn 9. At this point, it's still Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Nathan Golseth out in front. So those two OTK machines have gapped the rest of the field. We'll have to see if Third On Back can mount a challenge here, Caleb, but that's a huge ask to catch up to these front two.
Yeah, last time Golseth and Kemper found each other on the racetrack in main event action. They went back and forth in Amarillo in mixed conditions, and Kemper was able to get the better of Golseth, who made an unfortunate mistake in the last corner. And that was last year at the final round to conclude the championship. This year, they find each other in Cresson a little bit sooner than expected. Golseth still looking for his first win on the year. As we have more moves further back, Nico Orbezo stays ahead of Luke Cruz. Vega made the move on Westfall there for 6th, sorry.
Yeah, so Vega working his way up the order. Podium not out of sight for the RPG Cosmic Pilot. Running just 3 karts away from standing in 3rd for him after a poor qualifying for him, and by his standards, he's been fighting back all weekend long to try and get onto that podium. The rest of this podium fight, though, led by Bailey, Orbezo, Cruz, and Vega, really starting to fall back, and now it's Nico Orbezo onto the provisional podium, but Bailey's going to fight back, unable to do anything in turn 7 and turn 8. Might see a move on the late brakes in a turn 9 from the CS55 pilot of Gage Bailey, but he'll stay behind Nico Orbezo for the time being.
Yeah, Orbezo absolutely flying here halfway through this race. We're about to get to the 7-minute mark. The cross should come up in the air any time now. But can Nico Orbezo get Gage Bailey, Luke Cruz, Royce Vega all closer to your top 2 drivers in Kemper Jr. and Golseth? I think they're going to need some help from Kemper and Golseth here to really close down that gap, to really get themselves in the mix, and to really try and pose a challenge and pose a fight for the win of this race. But again, the speed that Orbezo has had, just purple so far in this race, went faster than anybody else on the racetrack a lap ago, having to make a pass.
Yeah, Orbezo having to make that pass, only 1.5 seconds back, and going purple as Vega goes up the inside of Cruz. Orbezo might be able to make this interesting with the help of Gage Bailey. Those two seem to be working well together. We'll get an idea of what the gap is this time across the stripe. It was 1.5 seconds last lap. This time, it should shrink. So we're looking at timing and scoring. It is 1 second on the dot between Orbezo and Golseth. Gage Bailey going purple last time across the line.
Yeah, they're continuing to close down the gap by a significant margin. We must say here, Nate, they were half a second quicker than your leaders, closing that gap down even more here. So the Iron Rock Machine, the Trackside Karting Services CS55, on a mission to get back up to Tyrone Kemper Jr. and to Nathan Golseth as they continue to fight further back. Royce Vega looking for 5th. He's got it. Westfall goes through as well. Luke Cruz now falling back to what looked to be 7th there. And Ibarra still in 8th. Just something completely amiss for Ibarra. Just hasn't been able to really get back on it. And now Golseth going to force his hand into turn number 1. He's clear into the lead.
Golseth checked over his shoulder out of the final corner. I think he saw that gap start to shrink, and he was done being in 2nd place to Tyrone Kemper Jr. and decides to lead this one away, see if he can lead them away from Orbezo and Bailey, who are in a charge right now. Orbezo resetting fast time last time across the stripe for the Tony Kart pilot, as he's bringing the rest of this OTKs into an all-OTK top 4 as things stand. More battling happening in the back. I believe Cruz making a move on Westfall, gets that job done. Battle for 5th continues out of frame, but we're watching this top 4 with about 4 minutes to go plus 2 laps. Should get interesting here, Caleb. Golseth going a little bit defensive at the line there just to send a message to the drivers behind. But what does Nico Orbezo do at this stage of the race? Does he shake up the running order, or does he be content with running third at this time?
Here, well, this is a dangerous part, especially of having as much momentum as Nico Orbezo had, right? You're going forward, you're pushing, you're pretty much faster than the two drivers ahead of you. Don't stop that forward momentum, right? Go forward, make that pass for second, make that pass for the lead even, and get yourself up there. But now he's going to sit patient and start to really plan this race out, because we're getting close to the end, right? We're in the last third, in that last bit, the last 4 minutes and 2 laps of this race. Orbezo sits in third, and again, Kemper, Golseth, they've worked together pretty well all race long. And again, Golseth looking back, has his head on a swivel, keeping it going. Orbezo thinks about it, thought about it on that front straight. Could have had the help from Bailey, but again, sitting patient, thinking better and saying, not yet, not yet. 2-3 more laps, different story, right?
And Kemper Jr. will have felt that bump that Orbezo gave to the left side of his rear bumper. He'll know that Nico will be thinking about a move into 1A and 1B, and he will plan accordingly. As if Kemper Jr. can, he's probably going to try and get by Nathan Golseth, but trying to get by Kemper Jr. is Nico Orbezo. Gets the job done at turn 9, and Orbezo, after looking like he didn't have the pace to challenge, has turned it around here with 3 minutes to go in KA Jr. Now 1 spot away from a potential race win, but will have to go through the Trackside Karting Services driver of Nathan Golseth.
Orbezo goes lower in a 1 than Golseth did, washes out a little bit wide there on the exit. But we go down the hill now. And again, forward momentum. That's the thought for Nico Orbezo at this stage. Is it going to be turn 9, turn 10 maybe? Or does he wait till we get to the straightaway? That's been the passing zone where you lose the least time. It's going to be in a 6. What a move for Nico Orbezo into the bull. Gets it done, catches Golseth by surprise. And now here comes Gage Bailey for second. He's through. Tyrone Kemper Jr. back to third. What a move for Nico Orbezo in a turn number 7. Wow.
That was a bold move from Nico Orbezo, a driver that hasn't even stood on the podium so far this year. Looking at his first podium and looking at his first win of the season. 2 minutes to go, and this could be dangerous for Kemper Jr. Now Gage Bailey, the driver that helped push Orbezo all the way up, is now bumper to bumper with the 808 leading this race. But the big question here is, Caleb, have they burned up all their steam at the midpoint of this race, and will those karts start to fall off towards the end? Kemper Jr. will definitely be hoping so. Same with Nathan Golseth. After being pushed to the wayside there in turn 7, it's not over for him, and now Gage Bailey for the lead. Kemper Jr. is going to go through. New leader, the CS55 driver of Gage Bailey, with just 1.5 minutes left remaining.
And now Nathan Golseth starts to reel them back in as we get to the front stretch. Anybody's game with 1.5 minutes to go. Gage Bailey looking for his first win on the year as well. Tyrone Kemper already has 2. He's been flawless so far in TSRS competition here on the regional side. He's been flawless as well over on the junior ranks. A name that you hear a whole lot whenever you get to whatever track in the nation. In Orbezo, looking for his first win in the junior ranks. Moved up, the rookie in this class, the rookie out of the 4 that are up here, and has been impressive so far this weekend. But Gage Bailey in control of this one so far over Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Golseth. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough here in the closing stages, Nate, to really close down that gap. It stays at about 3:10. It's going to need a little bit more fighting at this stage, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 laps to go at the line. Golseth seems like he has the pace to reel those guys in, but with 3 to go, I don't think it can happen. Orbezo, again, looking to the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr. in 1A and 1B. Doesn't have the momentum to make that stick and will fall back in line as Gage Bailey is looking nice and strong at the front of this field, but you know how aggressive Tyrone Kemper Jr. is, how calculated that driver can be. The second he gets to the back bumper of Gage Bailey at this point of the race, he's going to go for it because it's 2 laps to go. Next time across the stripe. Everyone playing nice in that top 3 for now. Golseth starting to fall back ever so slightly. He needs them to start battling about right now, and that's what's going to happen. Orbezo to the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr. in turn 9. Put the 808 Tony Kart driver back up into second, and now they'll have to work forward to catch up to the 827 of Gage Bailey.
Orbezo wanted to be the first in line to try and take the challenge to Gage Bailey. Once they get to the final laps, 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Nico Orbezo looking for his first win in junior. Gage Bailey looking for his first win since his horrific injury back at MCC last year at the SCUSA Pro Tour. And this has been a great return for him, the first weekend where he's really felt at home, where he's really felt comfortable back in the kart. But Nico Orbezo looking at a challenge. He surprised us in a 7 a lap ago. Is it going to be the same this time? Not yet for Nico Orbezo. What do we see in a turn number 10? Bailey to the bottom of the racetrack. Orbezo going to follow him through. And think about crossover moves, because here comes Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Nathan Golseth with new life.
If you're Gage Bailey, you have to defend into turn 9 with all of your life at this point. White flag in the air, this time by for P1 Racing Engines KA100 Jr. Bailey to the inside line, Orbezo to the outside, crossover move. Orbezo off the track, he's gonna be into the wall, saves it there. Back up to the leaders though, that's given new life to Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Nate Golseth. Down the back straightaway they go. Kemper Jr. is going to look for a lunge in a turn 6 or turn 7 here. Single file for the time being, Caleb, but the Speed Concepts racing driver in second is going to see Bailey go defensive into 7. How about it into turn 9, the final big passing zone for Tyrone Kemper Jr.
Keep an eye on Nathan Golseth, who gets himself closer and closer to the top 2. Tyrone Kemper Jr. still looking for a way around Gage Bailey into the final corner. A crossover move. Tyrone Kemper Jr. looking for a lane. Nathan Golseth looks for one. Neither of them are going to be close enough because Gage Bailey wins in Cresson.
What a run for Gage Bailey. Take a bow going purple as well earlier on in the race. A huge, huge result for the 827. Tyrone Kemper Jr. barely beating Nathan Golseth at the line. Braden Westfall, Royce Vega run out your top 5. Then David Ibarra, after starting on pole, 7.5 seconds back in 6th. And it's Nico Orbezo, Luke Cruz, Gus Wonderley, and Mason Berry rounding out your top 10.
What a race here in junior. We'll be right back with more racing action set to come your way live on Kart Chaser.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back here to 06 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing, getting set to take the green flag. And it's the Racing Cajun. Cameron Reed on the pole position alongside PPK Coyote's own Christopher McKeithen.
Behind them, Carter Kilgo, Jeff Dolian out round 2, then Kelvin Zing, Reagan Seville on the 3rd row.
You go back to Jackson Young and Jensen Harrell on row number 4, Jacob Oliver and Josie Chambers on row number 5. It's your top 10 starters here today. You go back to row number 6 with Samuel Young, Sam Doros, Ryan Long, Shelby Ramirez back on row number 7, Bryce Frank, the reigning champ, starting all the way down in 15th, and alongside Gabriel McLeod, Nick Miller, Andon Stone.
Bottom of the racetrack. He's clear at the moment.
And Alexander Barbin starting on row number 10. Your top 20 starters here today. More and again, the 629, Stephen Hester, with a 10-second penalty coming into the 206 Senior main event. That will be served at the end of the race for an engine change at the end of this week. So things to know, but we look on. Back in the field with Sam Toll, Madison Knox as well. Looks like Mark Lasek not joining us after the flip in the morning. But we look on to the flags. Cameron Reed out of Louisiana on the inside on the pole. Christopher McKeithen out of Mooresville, North Carolina on the outside for PPK Coyote for Reed Motorsports. Into the tram lines we go. Green flag in the air. We're racing in 206 Senior.
Good start from the inside line as always. Christopher McKeithen trying his best to hold that outside line, but look at the gap that Cameron Reed has already put on the field. It's not going to last for long, though, because McKeithen and Dolian, the two PPK Coyotes, will hook up with the likes of, I believe, Young. He's made his way up from 7th into 4th now. A good start for the driver that qualified pole for the heat races yesterday. Cameron Reed, though, out to a strong run thus far. We'll have to have a long race to fight and hold that off to try and get a win here at round 3.
Yeah, Reed around the last corner. Everybody slotting in a line. There goes Seville. There goes Frank around the outside on Shelby Ramirez. Side by side with a couple there. Looks like maybe Paul Braden in the 630 for TV Kart USA. But everybody looking for a little bit of real estate, if you will, on the racetrack here. Reed now, her gap to Christopher McKeithen starting to close down. As well, Jeff Dolian with the help of Jackson Young starting to close in, and we're about to have our first train start to form here, Nate.
Yeah, this top 5 very close on top of each other as things stand. Early stage of the race, so assuming that everyone's going to play nice. Jackson Young, though, up the inside of Dolian. It's a late move. Dolian not going to give him too much room. Now he's stuck on the outside. This is only going to give more room to McKeithen and Reed. Jackson Young unable to get that move done, and now you have to think Carter Kilgo will be trying to get by soon, and he looks back, sees his teammate Kelvin Zing. Jackson Young again trying to get that job done in turn 1A and 1B. Unable to, and it will stay 4th for the time being.
Oliver looked to go by on Kelvin Zing. He's able to get clear and up to 6th. That's that battle further back, but look at this. Change for the lead. Christopher McKeithen, Jeff Dolian pushing themselves up alongside Cameron Reed. And they're through. Jackson Young now looking for a way by on Reed as well. He's able to get through. Kilgo. Door shut on him. And now they're going to have to try and get themselves up there to the top 2. And this is going to bring Jacob Oliver, Kelvin Zing up into the mix here, Nate.
Yeah, probably going to bring about top 8 into this one now. As you can see, Josie Chambers on board that Intrepid machine, also working his way forward. You can see Reagan Seville in 9th, 2.1 back, and now Jackson Young looking on the inside of Dolian with the help of Cameron Reed. Backs out of it last second, but Cameron Reed forces the issue there, makes him go through with the move. Dolian now with the help of Cameron Reed up into 2nd and 3rd. Jackson Young just seems like he has the pace right now as Cameron Reed to the inside of Dolian, unable to get the job done. But like I was saying there, Caleb, it seems like Jackson Young has the pace to be running up front, potentially leading this. It just doesn't have the confidence in these maneuvers to get it done.
I would say decision-making more than anything, right? Put his nose on the inside, and with the experience of Cameron Reed, right, you're going to push. You're going to push if somebody in front of you is making a pass. Jackson Young wanted to think better of it, but we're already here, man. We're going for it. We better go for it, or else we're going to lose more time to everybody else behind us. That's just experience more than anything, I think, showing for Jackson Young, right? If you're going to peek a nose down low, you better make that move. You better make it stick as well. And again, just kind of got there, doubted it, got back in the line, but there's nowhere to go at that point without, wrecking the guy in front of you. So had to get himself back in the line. And again, you saw how it played out for him, right? Trying to make a move for 2nd, falls back to 4th, and now maybe even fall under pressure to the likes of Carter Kilgo here, who's just right back in 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cameron Reed in that move, not giving Jackson Young a second opportunity to back out, saw him go to the inside and thought, well, you put your nose in there, you're going now. You're not backing out of it at this point. And Cameron Reed able to make it work for her, moving herself up into 3rd now, and has 2 PPK Coyotes out in front. McKeithen just doing a double take to look over his shoulder and check where the rest of the field is. Still have Dolian and the rest of this pack. There you can see Sawyer Chambers pushing Reagan Seville in 8th and 9th. Josie Chambers, excuse me. Bit of a mistake there, but no mistake for Cameron Reed going to the lead, making it 3rd to 1st for the CRG. There's a big hip check there for Christopher McKeithen as everyone getting their way by, and now Jackson Young will have a good run back down this back straight for the lead potentially here.
Yeah, McKeithen looked to slot in line there in 2nd. Didn't realize Jackson Young was right there. Slotted back to 3rd, but like you said, right, kind of shows the little bit of difference in confidence, decision-making as well. Reed, nose down low. Jackson Young again pushing. They're in there, making the move, make it stick, right, into the lead for those 2 drivers. Now further back, the battles have kind of stalled out a little bit here for Jacob Oliver, for Reagan Seville. They haven't made too much headway here, Nate, it must be said, with the drivers ahead of them. And then you look back as well with a couple of more that are still looking for a little bit more, if you will. Zing's still there in 7th. It looked like for a second, I think might have fallen off. What happened here to Kelvin Zing, who's actually down in 13th now?
So that's a big fall.
That's
for
huge
Kelvin
for the championship
Zing.
points leader, who's I think fallen even lower than that now. Wow.
Have to get an ID on him at some point, but following these leaders right now, the rest of the pack is going to need them to start battling, but with the experience that Cameron Reed and Christopher McKeithen have, Jeff Dolian seeming to be fairly content to push until the final couple of laps. Don't think that this gap that Jacob Oliver, Reagan Seville, and Josie Chambers need to diminish will be gone anytime soon. There's a move by Jeff Dolian to the inside, tucks back in line. Will say though, Jacob Oliver is the fastest kart on track at this point. Not as fast as his fast time last time across the stripe, so it's still about 1.5 seconds between himself and Jeff Dolian in fourth. The two GFC drivers will have to be working nose to tail for the majority of this race to try and catch up to that podium fight.
Here we go into the bowl. Oliver Seville still looking for a little bit more to get closer to the top 4 here. I look to shuffle again. McKeithen now going ahead of Cameron Reed on what looked to be turn number 9. Now this group further back looks to close in. Frank the driver working with Samuel Young. They're 8th and 9th. Looking to get closer to the top 7. Doros currently sits 11th. Kogo and Zing, whatever issue they had, or running on the racetrack that they had, they're currently down 13th and 14th here. 11th now for Kogo, 13th for Zing that time by, but really curious to see what happened to those two drivers.
Yeah, 8.7 seconds off the lead is not something you want to see as a championship points leader going into this weekend. Reagan Seville second, then Jackson Young. Top 3 not doing too hot as Cameron Reed 7th in points and leading the way in this race with the help of Christopher McKeithen in P1. Like we've been seeing all weekend long, Caleb, these two are incredibly strong when they get nose to tail. So Young and Dolian are going to probably have to put down some of the best laps of their weekend to be able to close up to the CRG and the Coyote pilots in front of them, but that gap is starting to open up as we were talking about that. Only about 6 or so kart lengths between the two of them, so going to need a little bit of luck and a little bit of pace at this point if you're Young and Dolian.
Carter Kogo has a 5-second penalty for an incident with the 666, Kelvin Zing, which is weird to me because both of them on the same sticker kit, same team, same tent. So it could have been a mistake maybe out of Kogo, you know, who knows?
Yeah, that'll be
but that's pretty much a little bit of an explanation to what happened to Kelvin Zing and Carter Kogo in this race. Yeah, wow.
That'll be a fun conversation when they get back to the pits. Hopefully they can keep it simple. Hopefully it was just a mistake between the two of them. Obviously, with them being teammates, you're not thinking anything was malicious. But yeah, unfortunate for those two. But another duo out in front. McKeithen and Reed continuing to build that gap. You can see the rest of the field filing by there. Number 1 plate of Bryce Frank not having the day he would have wanted. There is Kelvin Zing and the two teammates. We'll see if how they race each other at this point. As they look back on each other, they'll go bumper to bumper and will try to work their way forward and salvage some kind of points result here in the midway point of the 2025 TSRS season. A little under 5 minutes to go at this point, and then you'll add 2 laps to that at the end of the race. So still quite a bit of racing to go for these guys. I don't know if they'll be able to close up to the likes of Bryce Frank and Samuel Young in front of them. But further up the field, you can see there Bryce Frank just having a huge gap on the AR Racing Academy duo.
Yeah, wow, still getting more into as well as to what probably transpired for those two drivers, but nonetheless, we look up front with 4.5 minutes to go with Christopher McKeithen and Cameron Reed. And to build the story up a little bit, right, you look at the success McKeithen has had, especially here in the state of Texas already in the past. You look at 2023, Grand National Champion. Soon after that, comes over, well, Grand National Champion in the senior medium class. Let me clarify, the most competitive out in Cup Karts North America with about 100 plus that take the racetrack over at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Not all of them make the main event, but he was the best that year in 2023. You turn around, again himself, John Seglem, come down in the state of Texas, where the IKF Grand Nationals took place at Speed Sports Racing Park. Wins the Duffy there. And again, 2023, what a year for Christopher McKeithen. A breakout onto the scene to put that Coyote chassis at the forefront after so much development from Brandon Jarsakrak and his team, whether it's Paulie, James Overbeck. We all know the story, right? But the story that most people don't know is the story right behind him in second, right? Cameron Reed, what a drive, what a year as well she's had this year with a podium in the top 5. And again, this is something that she, you know, wasn't planning on doing this year with a plan to run MX5 Cup, got invited out to the shootout. Unfortunately, didn't get it after crashing in one of the sessions, but she was the fastest out of, you know, she was impressive out of the young ladies that were there, very, very fast. And unfortunately, stuff didn't go her way, didn't get it, and now this year, running full time and with the team now, again, must be said, her dad and herself, Vernon Reed Motorsports, bringing more and more drivers. I remember their first race on the year, it was just herself and I think 2 other drivers with Cohen Summers and Sam Toa, and then you turn around and they have a full tent. You know, work their way out here with a lot of people out of Louisiana, and you heard from here, you heard from her earlier as well, right? They've been so busy with the team, you know, at a racetrack every single weekend, whether it's a club race, whether it's a league, you name it, building chassis, you know, selling them, you name it. She's done it so far and already trying to promote, you know, her brand and what she's done so far. And, you know, for the first time, it's paid off this weekend. You talk about bad luck that's transpired throughout the years, throughout weekends. And this is that first weekend where she's felt confidence, had the mindset to do it. And she talked a lot about that as well. And now you go up against one of the best of the nation, and she hasn't flinched, hasn't shied away for a second here, Nate. And she isn't going to shy away once we get to those 2.6 in the air. And again, they're trying to stay ahead of a rookie or sophomore, if you will, and Jackson Young, who's been very impressive so far this weekend. A pole position for him, and what a way to start off on the weekend. Jeff Dolian as well, putting himself in the top 4 all weekend long, hasn't been lower than 4th, it seemed like, so far here at Kart Moto this weekend, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of storylines going into the final few laps of this one in 206 Senior. If all things continue like they are, Young and Dolian should catch up to the back end of first and second, whether they start to battle or not. It's going to be 1 minute to go at the line, so it's going to be nip and tuck if they do get, it's going to be 4 or 3 to go here as they come across the line. Still, Christopher McKeithen leading the way over fastest kart on the track. Cameron Reed crossing the timing and scoring line. She'll keep that honor, being the fastest only for a few moments. Jackson Young resetting fast time. That GFC is the fastest kart on track at the moment with the help of Jeff Dolian. 40 seconds remain as they head down the back straightaway. That gap staying pretty much the same between second and third. But the second they get into this S's section, Jackson Young able to close that gap to Cameron Reed. Into 9 they go. They're still playing nice for the time being here, Caleb. No defensive measures. I think it's going to be 3 to go at the line. It's going to be close to see if TSRS officials give them the 2 to go this time, as the timer is going to run out around the time they get to that start-finish line. Sticks in the air, and it's time to go defensive. 2 laps to go. Christopher McKeithen going to the low side. Dolian up high, down in 4th, but 2nd and 3rd going to follow Christopher McKeithen. This is where it's go time. They've been working well all race long, and now the gloves will come off for the 206 Senior win. McKeithen out in the lead for the time being, but Reed with a huge run down the back straight.
Here we go for Christopher McKeithen, looking for his first win on the year here in TSRS racing action. And he's going to defend down low over Cameron Reed and Jackson Young. Jeff Dolian here as well. John Seglum came over here for one reason, that was to win in the state of Texas, to win at one of the biggest regionals in the entire nation, the biggest, must be said here. And now they're being challenged by a young lady out of Louisiana and a kid as well out of Houston, I believe, with Jackson Young. Jeff Dolian there sitting in 4th, but here we go. Bottom of the racetrack for McKeithen. Cameron Reed now looking to try the outside. She's going to move alongside. Help from Jackson Young. Cameron Reed is clear before turn number 1. McKeithen up to 2nd. Young slots in a line in 3rd.
Slick move from Cameron Reed, and now all the cards are in her hands. McKeithen behind, Young right there as well, and don't count out Seville and Oliver. 1.5 seconds or so back at this point. from the leaders. If it starts to get racy, they could be in with a podium shout. Reed going defensive into the bowl of turn 7, not going to let anyone get to her inside through there. And now this is where it all kicks off. White lining into turn 9 here, Caleb, for the race win. Seville and Co are there. McKeithen to the inside and takes the race lead.
McKeithen by surprise takes the lead of the race now. Cameron Reed looking for Elaine Seville around the outside. Here goes Reed on the inside for second. She's clear. Jackson Young is off the racetrack. Here comes Reagan Seville, but it's Christopher McKeithen up front. Double checkers in the air. McKeithen wins in Cresson.
And how about that run from Reagan Seville to close down that gap? P2 for him, and for a driver that's P2 in the standings, he will easily take that points day. A great run for the GFC pilot, and that should be the championship lead as they head into round 4 later on this year. The rest of the huge field of 206 seniors coming by. There you can see Christopher McKeithen taking the win over Reagan Seville, Jacob Oliver, Jeff Dolian, and Cameron Reed. After leading for so much of this race, it's 5th for the 609 CRG. Jackson Young, Josie Chambers, Samuel Young, Kelvin Zing, and Carter Kilgo, your top 10 here in 206 Senior. You'll see the rest of the unofficial results cycle their way through. We're going to take a moment to catch our breath after that one. Don't go anywhere.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time. It's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR? MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Saw Bryce Frank there off the racetrack, a broken rear sprocket. Gets himself with a DNF in a year that hasn't been the best for the reigning champ. Goes to worse here. Unfortunately, I think he's gonna shuffle down the order in the championship here. Looking harder and harder to retain that #1 plate, but we get going here with 206 Cadet, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Running you down your starting lineup, Clayton Styles at 237 starts on the pole position alongside Aston White. Mace Lasek, the pole man yesterday, puts himself on row #2, starting alongside Yomi Vargas.
Stoffel will look to make it 2 for 2 from P7. Alongside him, Drew Blem on row 4.
You go back to Aiden Sampson, Milo Podoraki on row #5, your top 10 starters here in this one. Liam Haswell, Silas Root share row #6 with Mikey Todd, Cruz Rodriguez, Sebastian Sampson, Brennan Barsh, Caleb Roberts, Benjamin Osborne, Benton Hale, and Cohen Scott. Your top 20 rows here in 206 Cadet. Sebastian Kim, the 220 Kart Racing Solutions machine, starts down in 21st. We get set to get going here. Into the tram lines we go in 206 Cadet. No start, no start, no start. Officials wanting one more go-around. Time has started though here at Kart Moto.
So officials not happy with what they saw on the start there. Caleb just been one line going too early before the start box or what have you. So they saw something that we didn't. So sending them around, of course, the clock already ticking, so this will count towards their race time. You can see Aston Wyatt there leading them on this second formation lap. He's definitely one to watch going into this one. He's been quick in 206 Cadet throughout the weekend, starting on that outside row next to Clayton Styles. Neither of them getting the result they wanted in the cadet classes for 2-cycle racing earlier on in the day. Both of them wanting to right that with the win here.
Well, here we go. One more time. We're running out of time, it must be said here, Nate. But one more try. Race director Darren McDonough signaling to them into the tram lines. Nice and slow. We go into the start box. Green flag in the air. We go racing in 206 Cadet. What a start for the outside line. Aston Wyatt takes the lead into turn 1.
Clayton Styles not getting the jump he would have wanted. The outside line definitely had that run, and Aston Wyatt showcasing that at full force. The 221 AR Academy driver up in front, leading the way by multiple kart lengths in P1. There you see second, third, fourth, fifth on back, battling it out to decide who's going to lead themselves up to the back end of the 221. You can see quite the gap there, Caleb, at this early stage of the race. Big move there from Clayton Styles to get himself up into second as he'll try and retake the lead that he had at the start of this race.
Here we go, last corner, and Styles gets himself up to second. Now the entire train work their way up the hill. Here we go, a couple of more movers. Looking on the inside, that's Lasek. Looking to get through on Drew Blem. He's clear for third. Here comes Wyatt as well, side by side with a nitro machine. Can't get himself ahead. Yomi Vargas sitting in the 4 spot. Sorry, Yomi Vargas, that was Drew Blem further back in the field here to start this race out. He's down in 11, so Yomi Vargas on the factory card for GR2 Motorsports. And they work their way by the bull in turn number 7.
As they work their way forward.
Yeah, here we have a little bit of intel. 221, Aston Wyatt. 3-second penalty for a jump start here in this one.
The officials have been very
adamant about the jump start.
Yeah, it's been something that's been called a lot there. trying to get down on those drivers for getting in the correct start procedure. And with the jump that we saw Aston Wyatt have, makes sense. So at the moment, Caleb, that's going to put him way back. Of course, it's early days in this race, but that could be him potentially outside the top 10.
Yeah, especially with how close this race has been. But here we go into turn number 7. We're going to stack them up. Clayton Stiles now looking for a lane, looking for a way by. Not into turn 7. Yomi Vargas as well. Getting a little bit uneasy, looking to go for third. Her gap's going to open up a little bit, but a couple of drivers that have been making good headway. Silas Root gets himself into the top 10, just on the edge of the top 5. The 211, again, inching his way closer. And if you look back at the qualifying session, Root found himself in the grass. And now he finds himself just on the edge of the top 5. Brody Stoffel as well in the heat races. He's had to work his way up the order, starting all the way down in the teens. And now he's getting himself into the mix, into the conversation as well here this weekend, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Bringing himself back into contention here at the early stages of this race. Be inside 10 minutes to go. Next time across the stripe, Aston Wyatt has some work to do for him if he wants to overcome that 3-second time penalty that's looming over the 221 machine. Of course, that squad can appeal that after post-race, but he'll want to try and get that gap up. But in a 206 class, Caleb, at a track like this, that is a huge ask for the AR Racing Academy driver.
Gonna have to stack him up here if that's the case here for Aston Wyatt. We'll see, but he is in the lead of it. Clayton Stiles again. Saw him put himself in the conversation. Let his name be known in Amarillo as well. Caught me by surprise, caught a lot of us by surprise as well. I'm pretty sure caught himself by surprise, even putting himself there when it mattered most to come away with the win in Amarillo just a couple of weeks ago, or a month and a half ago, I should say. We were there back in May. And now Stiles putting himself in a good spot. Again, a lot of development for this kid in the last 2 months. Been busy, racing everywhere. And now puts himself fighting against one of the kids that is well known around the nation, racing in 206 classes and as well in 2-cycle over at the Scooter Pro Tour. And we'll see him next weekend there in Newcastle Motorsports Park as well. With this second group, led by Mace Lasek for Iron Rock, starting to close in on the top 2, and it opened up. We'll look at the times here again. Must be said they're about 7/10, it looks like. The difference in lap times in between the second group and the group ahead. So I don't know if they're going to try to change something here. And here we go. Yomi Vargas now looking to make the move here. Talk about change. The young lady going to lead this second group. Wyatt White going to push her through. And now Silas Root as well, looking to go by.
And Lasek just wasn't putting down the lap times you need in order to lead a field to that front 2. It's already going to be a tall ask, Caleb, as Lasek going by on, I think, Vargas further back. Move not quite working. Now Stoffel's going to get brought into this on his CRG machine, getting by. I'll move him up another position. Now he's going to try and get by Lasek as well. Side by side down the front straightaway with the help. Another driver behind. Move Brody Stoffel up another position.
You saw Yomi Vargas tap the back of her helmet there on the straightaway. Tap the back of her helmet on the straightaway, and again, just wanting to push, wanting something, and the boys were fighting, unfortunately, and now the boys got more momentum as well. Stoffel, Root worked their way through on Vargas. And now the driver into the podium places is Brody Stoffel, looking to chase down Aston Wyatt and Clayton Stiles. And again, it's a matter of just sitting patient here as Lasek going to go for 2 in turn number 9. He gets himself through and up to 4th.
Yeah, Lasek's battling pretty hard here. It's not what you want to be doing if you want to try and fight for a race win. Seems like everyone else is fairly patient. The 201 LN kart wanting to battle for 3rd here. We'll see if him and Stoffel can hook up down the back straightaway and this lap. And work together and close that gap that is now opened up to about 2.6 seconds between P2 and P3. That is Stoffel, the CRG you see there on screen, leading the way. Those guys still about 4/10 off the leader's pace last lap there, Caleb. Even if they do start to put down some decent lap times, they're going to need to find around half a second per lap to close in on the leaders who are continuing to battle. Styles now to the race lead.
That actually helped him out a lot, as Root looking to go by on Stoffel as well into turn number 9. And again, they're a lot closer than what they were before, but just need to keep the battling to a minimum here, Nate, as they continue to get their way closer and closer to the lead pack. Styles now at the helm. Wyatt gonna get passed by Lasek, who clears him even before the corner. Root gonna go by as well. And now I'm starting to think something must be wrong with Aston Wyatt's machine here to have lost 3 spots that fast.
Yeah, it's weird to see from Aston Wyatt. We've seen a couple drivers just immediately lose pace at about the midpoint of this race, so unfortunate for them. You can see how far back Wyatt is there, Caleb. That's just unusual.
Yes, something's way wrong with Aston Wyatt here, unfortunately. And I think his hand's in the air. Yeah, his hand's in the air. It could be it for Wyatt here in this one. Stoffel looking to pass. We'll keep an eye on Wyatt, but yeah, something very wrong for Aston. He's going to keep it on the track. But again, Silas Root off the racetrack. He gets spun around, facing the wrong way. Silas Root, it was a good recovery drive on the weekend as a whole. He's going to lose a number of spots in the process here.
A pretty tame start to this 206 cadet race. We thought it was just going to be a 2-car breakaway, and then suddenly the issue with Aston Wyatt has blown this race up, and you can see this pack is now challenging to catch up to the back end of Clayton Styles. Of course, it's very difficult to hold a race lead in 206 competition when you have a pack of 3 working well together. I think Brody Stoffel is just going to go to the inside here, makes the move for P2. Now he's going to lead themselves up to the back end of Clayton Styles. We'll have to see if Lasek and Vargas decide to work with them, because if they continue like this, they'll get all 3 of those guys into the battle for the win.
And I think they're gonna see as well Styles closer and closer in the distance. They're gonna start to close in. That gap gets under a second here. And then further back, Wyatt White, Dusty Strayer getting himself into the conversation as well. This kid getting himself closer as we go on to the backstretch. Stoffel and Lasek happy to work with each other. And you see that gap visibly start to close here, Nate.
Yeah, that's really starting to close down. That's what happens when you don't have someone pushing or getting the air out of your way for you in the draft. As it was 1 second last time across the stripe, I wouldn't be surprised to see it be about 2.5, maybe 3 tenths as they come across in just a few moments here. Lasek doesn't want to give that fight up, though. Stoffel is probably going to get a little frustrated by this at this point. They're so close to catching up, and yet the battle continues. The real battle here, guys, is the one for the win, and if we keep doing this, you might risk pushing each other off or not having the opportunity to battle for that win. I think Stoffel knows that and has been controlling this pack as best as he can, but as they close their way up to Clayton Styles, I'm sure Stoffel would like to leave these 2 in the back and just make it a 2-car battle for the lead, as now Vargas getting passed by Lasek.
Yeah, the difference this time by Stoffel finally on the rear bumper of Styles, left Lasek behind, who's adamant about being in 3rd. Yomi Vargas there as well, and here we go. Pass for the lead. Brody Stoffel looking on the inside into turn number 9. He's got it. Clayton Styles back to 2nd, and Mace Lasek is on his way to the rear bumper of his teammate in Styles. And we'll see what Lasek decides to do, but for the first time this weekend, Stoffel is leading in 206 Cadet here, Nate.
Yeah, poor qualifying for Brody Stoffel put him further down the field than he would have wanted, and it's that hard task of the heats where they are not progressive after having a bad qualifying. You have 3 heats in a row where you just have to fight your way through the field. He did a good job of that yesterday, and it's starting to pay off now. He has fresh air in front of him for the first time this weekend, in Briggs 206 competition in the cadet class. Now with 1:40 remaining, all the cards are in his hands to try and double up here at Cresson.
And here we go with a quick look at the championships here in 206 Cadet. Unfortunately for Aston Wyatt, he's going to find himself down the order in the championship. Comes into the lead with the lead here in Cresson around 3, but again, the driver who was in second was Tyler Moraviec. He's not here either. Drew Blem finds himself down in 7th. Stoffel in 5th. So I think that's going to move him up a little bit. Wyatt White as well finds himself in 4th, and he just got into the top 5. Got past Dusty Strayer that time by. That battle as well continuing further back, but the battle for the lead with Stoffel looking to catapult himself a couple of spots in this championship. Clayton Stiles as well getting himself into the conversation. And again, Stiles already with a win in 206 Cadet on the year. Brody looking for his first. And for Mace Lasek as well, I believe his first ever regional win this could be if he's able to close it.
Yeah, now more battling here. Lasek to the inside of Stoffel for the lead, side by side. Lasek now puts that Iron Rock machine to the lead, side by side, almost 3 wide there into turn 10. Stiles and Stoffel are going to have to work together here now. Lasek leads this race, and Stoffel, after qualifying 13th, having to deal with all the ups and downs of yesterday. One more kart to try and get by, as a driver we've seen have a lot of success on the national circuit, looking for a win here in 206 Cadet. Clayton Stiles as well, the fastest kart on the track a few laps ago for the 237 OTK machine. We'll see sticks in the air behind Stoffel and Lasek here, Caleb, into 7. No moves being made quite yet, but like we've seen all day, the second we get sticks in the air, this race starts to explode, and Brody Stoffel thinking about making this move early.
There you go, turn number 9 for Brody Stoffel. He's got the lead back. Lasek to 2nd, Stiles in 3rd. And this could be good for Yomi Vargas, looking for first regional podium ever. But this time by 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go in 206 Cadet here. Lasek now looks to the inside, looks to the bottom of the racetrack. He's through. Clayton Stiles now goes for 2nd.
Yeah, Lasek getting the job done there. Into the lead, Stiles in 2nd. Brody Stoffel running in P3. No moves being made for the time being, but once we get into turn 7, turn 9 this lap, we should see a couple of changes for position. No one defending into turn 7. We'll see if Clayton Stiles has a move into turn 9 cooking. Doesn't have the run to make it done, so it's going to be a last lap shootout for the win here between these 3 as they exit the final corner in a few moments here, Caleb.
Anybody's game. You can't call it too early as Lasek defends into turn number 10. Stiles now puts himself in a 2nd. Stoffel still looking for a way by. The 2 drivers ahead of him. White flag in the air this time by. It's 2 Iron Rock machines, a Kart CRG USA on the outside. And again, that gap just opened up a little bit back to 3rd. Stiles, Lasek haven't fought too much. As Stiles open up, trying to get creative, looking for a way by.
Yeah, Lasek sees a bit of a gap, but unfortunately on a 206, he taps the back of his helmet. That's not going to work on the last lap of this race. Clayton Stiles wants to get the win. Lasek going a little bit defensive. Stoffel there now as well. Inside line for Lasek into turn 7. Turn 9, one of the last great passing opportunities. Stiles has the run with Brody Stoffel. Lasek going super defensive into turn 9 here, Caleb, and he has a gap to potentially get this race win.
Here we go, side by side for the lead. Stiles on the outside, Lasek on the inside. Keep an eye on Stoffel. Does he have a lane? It's Stiles who gets alongside. Lasek looks for a way by. Could it be back-to-back wins in regional action for Clayton Stiles? It is! Clayton Stiles wins in Cresson.
What a run there for Clayton Stiles to pull that off in the last few moments, the dying moments of this main event for 206 Cadet. He'll provisionally take the win again in 206 Cadet, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. The rest of the field making their way on by as almost 3 wide action there coming across the start finish line. But there you can see unofficial results from 206 Cadet. Clayton Stiles, Mace Lasek, Brody Stoffel, your provisional podium. Then Vargas, White, Blem, Strayer, Sampson, Todd, Sampson, your top 10.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Time to go racing here in KA Masters. It's your reigning champion, Pierce Baldus, on the pole position, starting alongside Brent Harper.
You can see the rest of the grid: Shane Burkett, Greg Galander, Miguel Mir, Neil Howie. Your front 3 rows in K1 Master.
Hogan Wright, Janae Dim on row number 4 with John Mosey and Randy Rogers on row number 5. Your top 10 starters here in this one. Neil Faulkner, David Morgane share row number 6 with Anna Kozak for Over Under Racing, starting alongside Matthew Cherry, Doug Stupé, Hector Campos, DJ Ortiz, and Rod Lake. Your 18 drivers that are getting set to take the green flag here in KA100 Masters, presented by High Five Performance. And their main man, Pierce Baldus, is the one they all have eyes on, starting on the pole position. Into the start box, green flag in the air. We go racing in Masters, a good start for the outside. How about Brent Harper getting the move done? Daniel Howie out of nowhere looking for second.
How about that from Daniel Howie around the outside, looking for P2, gets it done, but it is Brent Harper leading the way on that KR machine. Pierce Baldus getting caught by surprise on the start through 1A and 1B there. He finds himself in 3rd on this opening lap. Further back, there's the second pack. Miguel Mir up the inside of one of the MPG drivers, points forward, says, why are we battling? Let's go battle for the win. Gets the job done, and that's Mir up into 5th.
Again, mind you, Miguel Mir had to get past a penalty in heat race number 3 and found himself starting down the order in 5th. Now he's finally able to get himself back into that spot. Looks like he lost a couple at the initial start, and now we have a change for the lead. Daniel Howie to the inside on the TB kart. He's clear into turn 1. Brent Harper slots right back in the line. Pierce Baldus still there, sitting patient in the 3rd spot, with again the driver in 4th being Gary Glanger there in the 411. Miguel Mir finds himself in the 5th spot. Burkett, you saw him fight a little bit there with Mir, and then Mosey finds himself in 7th. So your top 7 have solidified, but again, eyes on Miguel Mir as he has had pace to go out there and win outright so far this weekend. Here goes Baldus looking on Harper in a turn number 9. He's got it up to 2nd.
Baldus up into second, one spot away from retaking that lead. Miguel Mir's kart doesn't look too hot at the opening stage of this race. The rear end of that sliding around left and right, but Caleb, to me, that only shows that it's going to be quick towards the end of this race with low tire pressure, presuming for Miguel Mir. That's going to be a rocket. So that's CS55. Once we get to the final few laps, it's going to bode well for him. But at the moment, Daniel Howie's the rocket ship out in front, getting chased by Pierce Baldus, runner-up in the championship points as things stand. Runner-up last time out at Amarillo. He's not going to want that. He's going to want to try and get one step on the podium higher than what he was. That still has a few tenths to close down, and then has to get by the TB kart.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race so far, like you said, belongs to Gary Glanger, closing in on your top three. Brent Harper, again, had the lead there for a bit, fell back. But again, I think those Kart Republics notoriously known for being very fast throughout the latter half of the race, and he's sticking with Pierce Baldus, and this is something that we haven't seen yet this weekend, right? More and more drivers getting themselves into the mix here, Nate. You talk about yesterday, right? There was only two drivers really in the conversation. It was Miguel Mir, who finds himself in fifth, and Pierce Baldus, who now finds himself in second. And for the first time this weekend, we've seen a change for the lead in Daniel Howie. It's going to change again, though. Pierce Baldus looking for the lead there into turn 6. Didn't work out too well. And again, everybody brought right back into play. You have Harper closing in, Miguel Mir asking for a little bit of help. He's not going to get it out of Burkett yet. But again, we're seeing a lot of moves, especially in this top 4 group. I think we're going to see a move here probably soon out of somebody to try and rearrange this order.
Yeah, absolutely. They all have a little bit of a bubble to each other as things stand, but give it a few moments and I think we'll see some more passing. You see Pierce Baldus starting to close in on the back end of Howie for position. Down the back straight they go. Baldus looking to the inside, trying to get the job done before turn 5. Side by side at the apex. Give it to Baldus. Retakes the race lead. He's going to try and get further out in front. We'll have to see if he can build that gap.
Yeah, he tried it the lap before. Didn't work. Second time was the charm there for Pierce Baldus to get himself clear. Not sure if Brent Harper got checked up or tripped up by something or just himself, period. And again, his gap to the top 2 opened up a little bit, which brought Glanger back into play. And Miguel Mir, again, still making good headway on the top 5, finally within drafting range. And again, don't be surprised if you see him get onto the rear bumper of Gary Glanger here pretty soon and try and make a move for the 4th spot here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to see more battling here further back. There's Miguel Mir starting to close in to P4 on track. So Miguel Mir a couple spots away from a podium, but obviously he's going to want to be going for that race win. 10 minutes to go here for High 5 KA100 Master. One of the final classes on the day before we get into 206 Junior and KA100 Senior action to close out round 3 here at Cresson, Texas for the 2025 TSRS season. On to the front straight they go yet again. Front 2 starting to gap themselves further and further. It's battle happening here for 3rd here, Caleb.
Gary Glanger looking for a move on the inside of 1. He's clear. Now Miguel Mir finally joining the party, getting himself within arm's distance to Brent Harper for the 4th spot. He continues to close down his gap here as we work our way down the hill. Again, that Cruise Racing Development CS55 has been one of the fastest, if not the fastest, kart on the racetrack as well. That driver and kart duo have been flawless in many years past. He's now looking for a move into turn 9. Harper going to keep him honest, looking to hold on to it around the outside. He's going to finally concede, but here comes Shane Burkett as well, looking to muscle his way by into turn 10. Burkett's able to get through. Harper loses 3 spots in the process. Looks like as well, Stupe maybe, or Mosey was one of the drivers that was able to get through there as well.
Yeah, a bit of a head check there in turn 10. Everyone filing back into line. Miguel Mir, the big benefactor of that, moving himself further up the field to close his way down on what hopefully for him will be a podium, and if a little bit of luck goes his way, fighting for a race win. with the drivers out in front. There you can see the gap that Baldus has put on the rest of the field. Miguel Mir now fighting for that third spot here in a turn 9. No move happening for the CS55 pilot, but with the pace that Mir has shown, I think we could be seeing a new driver on the provisional podium within the lap.
There we go. He's starting to close in as well to the driver in third. And here goes Mir, looking on the inside, looking to get that move done. And that door just closed shut into turn number 1 there. Nothing he could do about it.
Yeah, nothing you can do there for Miguel Mir. It's just the whole game of, you know, having that momentum, having that pace, but having to use that at the right time for Miguel Mir and just not lining up too well that time by. Should have a good run into turn 9 this time. See if he can get anything done. Bit too far back for his liking, so he'll stay in line and hold fourth for the time being, heading on to the front straightaway again here, Caleb. 7 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. Still plenty of time for Miguel Mir to try and get something done. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Glanger holding on to that third spot. Keeping them honest. For sure, Mosey not too far behind as well in the 403. Jake French Racing Machine on the factory card, it looks like. So they worked their way down the hill again, and unfortunately for Howie, I think came out of the gates just a little bit too fast. Hasn't really been able to even make a dent on the gap that Pierce Baldus has opened up here. And this is bad news, right, for the rest of the field, with Baldus showing the pace that he's had so far in this main event. Hasn't showed a weakness thus far. And again, extends his gap, opens it up over Daniel Howie on the TV cart. So this would be a good, that I think would be first podium for Howie. Actually got one over at Speed Sports Racing Park. Finished third on the weekend. But he comes into the weekend 6th in the championship after not having the best results at team's home race in Amarillo. This time he finds himself in second. Glanger as well. This would be best result on the year as well, if he's able to capitalize on this one and able to keep Miguel Mir at bay. The championship points leader coming into the round. This would be a good, consistent run if he's able to finish on the podium, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of drivers in position to potentially get some season best results for sure. There you can see just the gap that Baldus has pulled on the rest of the field and continues to do so. Doesn't seem like anyone has the pace to challenge the race leader and will most likely be championship leader after this race. It's a 110-point gap between himself and Miguel Mir. Mir might get away with leading points after this round, but only barely. It should be close between the two championship rivals. Miguel Mir has had pace all weekend long, just not the luck to back it up. Currently running in fourth, trying to get onto the podium, but being hounded from behind in fifth.
Yeah, again, last year the championship went the way of Pierce Baldus. This year, Miguel Mir looking to get himself back up to the front. And now he's losing a little bit of time here. So it looks to be Mosey on the factory cart for Jake French Racing, closing down his gap. Now Mir might need a push to get past Gary Glanger for the third spot. And you see him look back, asking for it. But again, just doesn't have enough on the straightaway to get past the 411 high 5 machine here.
Yeah, Mosey going purple 2 laps ago at this point. So that factory car definitely having some pace underneath it to close up to Miguel Mir, Howie and Glanger. So right there on top of each other, battling it out for the other 2 positions on the podium, as Baldus once again has built quite the gap between himself and second spot. Baldus, if you've been saying, leading the way. Howie, Glanger, Mir, Mosey, the top 5 as things stand. No moves being made right now, Caleb, but just under 4 minutes ago as they cross the timing and scoring line. Still anyone's game here to get themselves onto the podium.
Here we go. Baldus stays pretty strong out there in front. Howie, again, probably going to fall under fire here soon. Gary Glanger, who's now getting closer and closer to his rear bumper. This time down the hill. Glanger looking on the inside of turn number 5. Couldn't get that move done. And now he's going to fall under fire to Mosey, who was able to get around Miguel Mir into turn number 9. Mosey looking on the inside for third. Clear. John Mosey up into the podium places.
That's big for Mosey, for him to get himself onto a provisional podium spot. There you can see Pierce Baldus leading the way. 0.8 of a second last time across the stripe. This time, between himself and Daniel Howie, 1 second. Mosey up into third at this point. Glanger and Mir, the drivers outside the podium looking in, but still within that top 5. Some decent points for them. Miguel Mir would have definitely thought the race would have been going a different way. Battling further up, though, between Mosey and Glanger. That was move and a half between those two. Is now Miguel Mir up into 4th.
Yeah, Miguel Mir wasting no time to get by for 4th. Get as many points as he can get. And again, Glanger and Mosey kept us on the edge of our seat there watching that fight for the podium places, but nobody been better, nobody been faster than Pierce Baldus for a high 5 and LSR here. As now Glanger looking to go for second here finally. Let Howie know he was that he was there and just couldn't close out on it, and that should give Miguel Mir a little bit of a boost to try and get up there for Mosey as well, who's trying to work with him, trying to push him.
And Glanger just giving a little bit of a nose to Howie there. Those guys are still going at it. There you can see Miguel Mir up the inside for third. Put Miguel Mir onto the podium. It's been a rough ride for him in this main event. One kart in between him and now a second place finish that would definitely help his championship point situation coming out of the weekend. At this point, I think he should hold that championship points standings. 1 minute to go here, Caleb.
Yeah, you see Miguel Mir adjusting on the needles there. Maybe missing something here in this main event, either motor-wise. But he pushes to Mosey, asking for one more push before they start fighting for third. And again, Howie, they challenged them early on in the, I guess in the lap, 2 laps to go, and just weren't able to make it stick. But Pierce Baldus looks good for him here as we get to the closing stages, Nate.
Yeah, should be 2 to go this time by from TSRS officials. No moves being made further back. It's 22, actually 3 to go this time by, excuse me. It'll be 2 to go next time as the clock continues to wind down here in KA 100 Master, presented by High Five Performance. Down the back straight they go. The battle for third at the moment. That's Miguel Mir holding off John Mosey. That Jake French run factory kart into the S's, through the chicane, through the bowl. No moves being made at this point. That being said, once we see the 2 to go signal in just a few moments' time, these drivers will start to ramp it up on the intensity to try and get themselves further up the field. And the dynamic duo that has been Mir and Mosey so far will probably get broken up as Mosey will want to get onto the podium here.
And to highlight a little bit of the leader, right, Pierce Baldus, who, again, we haven't shown all too much in the closing stages of this race because he's been so far ahead. He's been so dominant. Again, he became a dad last year to his son now, Ricky Piston James, who's here this weekend with him as well. So it's been huge for him to come back here and race here this weekend with his son, his wife as well here with him this weekend. And again, he took a little bit of a dad losing hiatus, right? Everybody says when you become a dad, you become a little bit slower, and that ended in April when he won over at Hallett Motor at Hallett Racing Circuit, where he was able to win finally on the road racing side of things. But you turn around, it's I would say that hiatus continued right until the sprint racing side of things, where he wasn't able to win for quite some time. This time, coming to the white flag for Pierce Baldus, it's been a great showing for him. And what better to do it with family right on the fence line as well. So huge for Pierce Baldus as we continue to follow along with this battle for second.
Yeah, it's getting close. Heating up for this battle for second, but there is Pierce Baldus, the man who's put 2.1 seconds on this scrap. In second, they have Howie, Mir, Mosey all battling it out. Mir to the inside for second. That's nip and tuck through there. Mir unable to get that done. Contact between Mir and Mosey. Mir gonna go defensive. That's how it's gonna finish, but it's gonna be Pierce Baldus who will take the win here, Caleb.
How about that? The dad losing hiatus officially over for Pierce Baldus, who wins in Cresson. What a drive for the LSR Motorsports machine, and across the line for third, it's Miguel Mir to hold on to the podium places, as well for Daniel Howie. What a drive for him to get himself back into the podium places. A best finish on the year, and as well a couple of other great results. Anna Kozak finishing inside of the top 10 here this weekend. But Pierce Baldus, if it ended in Hallett, it ends officially here in Cresson. Back into the winner's circle, the 476.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charlotte Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moto equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Two more races on the day. 206 Junior, presented by TV Kart USA. On the racetrack, it's Sawyer Chambers, Rodrigo Poloya on row number 1, Emmett Eddles and Mia Johnson on row number 2, Dean Gurrier, Holton Edwards, Drew Blebna, Levi Meter, to Brandon Green, Micah Massad, Francisco Reyes, Presley Peterson, and Peyton Anderson. Your 13 drivers taking the green flag. We go racing in 206 Junior.
Making their way through 1A and 1B, nice and clean. Chambers getting the jump that they needed to get out in front. Poloya not getting a good jump. Eddles, though, up into second now at this point, was inside row, second back. Now he finds himself second on track. You see there already Dean Gurrier having a bit of a gap to make up. Mia Johnson looking to the inside here in turn 9. Is she close enough? Yes, she is. Put the CRG pilot up into fourth at this stage. through turn 9 into turn 10. They will go side by side for Greer, getting by Johnson again. You can see the rest of the field filing through as top 3 have a huge gap so far to the rest of the pack that are continuing to battle across the stripe, almost 3 wide at this point, Caleb, as they head their way into 1A and 1B.
Yeah, here we go, and that was a good jump out of Emmett Eddles to get himself up to second. The first time we've seen him get himself into the lead pack. Again, after a DQ in quali, put him on the back foot. He's getting himself up there with Rodrigo Poloya. And this group further back with Edwards, Gearier, or Meter, I should say, who's just in between Edwards and Green, it looks like. So pretty big shuffling throughout that mid-pack just for fourth on back. Led by Edwards. Meter, again, thought about a move, but Edwards going to keep it out in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, so the battle continues there between the TB and the CRG drivers. Out of the final corner, you can see just how big that second pack is. More battling at this stage. That top 3 continuing to get away. But a big train starting to form on that inside line. You know, the TB cart file down.
Oh, Edwards drops a tire into the grass, just got shoved a little wide. That was Green that got through. Levi Meter, the driver who's at the helm of this group, as well as Dean Gearier there. So that was a little too close for comfort. Here comes Eva Blem looking on the inside of turn number 5 into the sweeper. She's clear.
Yeah, so it's all starting to settle down a little bit at this starting stage of the race. Everyone trying to file their way into line, as I believe Brendan Green getting by Eva Blem further back in the pack. Blem getting right back, not having that, but Green up the inside into turn 10. Gets the job done. Cart's off there, Caleb.
Edwards, Eva Blem get hooked together over her side pod. Something came loose, and it looks like just the cover for the air filter, but Eva Blem all the way down in 12th. Edwards as well, who's running inside of the top 10, down in 13th now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for those drivers there. You can see Poloya, a bit of a league of his own at the moment. No one around him at all out for a Sunday drive as things stand. There you see the top 2 just out of frame, Chambers and Eddles continuing to build that gap. But Caleb, for a driver that is Rodrigo Poloya, who's been first and second pretty much all weekend long, to see your chance at a win start to drive off into the sunset isn't the best feeling.
Yeah, this isn't the best for Rodrigo Poloya, who again comes into this weekend with, I think, a pretty good run of races as well. You kind of talk about his year so far in the 206 class presented by TB Kart USA, and it's coming off a win, right? A big win in Amarillo just a month and a half ago, where he put himself on the top step of the podium. And again, he's fighting in the championship with a driver that's actually leading this race right now, Nate. Sawyer Chambers, who finished second to him out in Amarillo, but was able to win at Speed Sports Racing Park. And then you turn around, you come here, you're sitting third, and you're actually now going to start to fall under fire to the likes of Levi Meter as well, who's coming into the weekend third on the championship. And as well, Brandon Green, a driver who's really been getting himself, well known and well developed as well here in this 206 junior class. And here goes Meter looking inside turn number 9. He's clear. Green looking to go by as well. He's got it.
Yeah, gets the job done on Poloya, who seems to must have had some issue with that cart because he is falling down the order fast. And now Greer, that 311 cart, will probably be getting by in the next couple of moments with how little pace that barrel art underneath Poloya currently has. It's unfortunate for him. It's been an impressive weekend here at Cresson. Unable to fight for a win here today as Chambers and Eddles have walked into the sunset. That's almost 3.2 seconds now, Caleb, at this early stage of the race.
Yeah, that gap is extending here, Nate. You look at the gap for Levi Meter now, 3.471 up to Sawyer Chambers. And again, that's pretty big, especially for a 206 class, right? We saw yesterday our KA seniors, it was that same spread, but for all the drivers inside of the top 20, right? So it shows you how big they split up. And again, it's given, they fought for third on back. They fought for the last of those podium places. And that, you kind of see that happen as well. When you have your two drivers up in the lead of the race, start to pull away, start to extend their gap. You don't have that draft effect, right? Pretty much in the question at this point. And again, having a look at the lead of the race with Sawyer Chambers and Emmett Eddles, it's about half a second here. So it's starting to get, a little bit questionable, I would say, whether or not Eddles has the pace on the long run side of things to be there in the end, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we're going to have to look out for as this race progresses. These 4 drivers you see on screen that are running 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th been fairly tame for the past couple of laps. No moves being made on them. I think they're going to give it a good try to try and get up to the front 2. 3.2 seconds last time. I should say that Sawyer Chambers is start to put the afterburners on and left Eddles 4/10 back. So that could be not great for Emmett Eddles, as he's not going to have a drafting partner and could fall into the clutches of Meter, Green, Ploya, and Greer.
Here's his second group. Francisco Reyes there finds himself looking to close the gap down on Mia Johnson, the 333. That young lady out of Waco, Texas, got her first podium on the regional side of things in Amarillo. Now she is looking for a top 5 finish here, but again, falling under fire with Francisco Reyes, the kid in the 305. Trackside Karting Services, I believe, Intrepid. And then again, right behind them, looks to be Micah Massad as well for the Red Speed Racing Texas team here this weekend. Nothing yet there into turn number 6. Here we go into 7. Reyes sitting patient, and the story for Francisco Reyes actually quite a cool one, right? Started on the rental karting side of things over at Houston Karting Complex, a track where a lot of drivers have actually come out of the city of Houston. Started racing there, raced the junior championship there, and then you look on to I would say late last year where his dad surprised him with a full-size go-kart, and then you got to regional racing, you got to club racing, right? And it's been a learning process, and I'm sure this is one of the kids that we're going to see right at the forefront here at TSRS in the future. But here we go for Reyes, looking to go inside of turn number 1. He's clear. Micah Massad looking to follow through on Mia Johnson. Can't get it done.
Yeah, a lot of battling happening off of this pack. Haven't been following him too much, but giving him some love and some screen time at the moment. Mia Johnson, a driver who could have been on the podium at the end of the day, had pace at certain points of the weekend, but just unable to have that in the final. Unfortunate for them. Battling it out further on back here. It's going to be 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Mia Johnson up the inside, though. It's the job done. Back into 7th. Here's the pack right in front of them. And then you can see the front 2 in front, led by Chambers, then Eddles, and then Meter, leading this pack forward and closer to Emmett Eddles. 1.4 seconds. The gap between 2nd and 3rd. Caleb, at this stage of the race, it was 6 minutes and 2 laps to go. I think that's a very achievable gap to close down.
Oh, for sure, especially with the amount of time that they have at hand, right? 4 karts are always going to be faster than 1. But I tell you what, they haven't been faster than the only one, which is the 345 of Sawyer Chambers, right? You look at the lap times, I should correct myself here. They actually have been faster. 57.2s for Levi Meter, who's the driver that's at the helm of that second group. They're closing in on Emmett Eddles, whose lap times have been at the 57.8. So they're going about 0.6 of a second quicker than the driver in second. And they're going about 0.3 quicker than the driver in the lead of the race. So it's either you pick up another one to get yourself closer to Sawyer Chambers, and I would say that's a very possible situation that we see here, because that gap can definitely get closed down with just over 5 minutes to go here, Nate. And again, you got to think, extra 2 laps on it. Anything can happen here.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
And that 2.4 second gap, 1.4 second gap, excuse me, last time across the stripe becomes 0.6 of a second. So almost getting slashed in half that time. And now they're in this battle for second. So now this battle for 1 spot on the podium becomes 2 for these 5 drivers. Just shows how impressive, though, this race from Sawyer Chambers has been. We'll focus on this battle for the podium. The 2 CRG drivers probably will be working together here to try and get a gap to TB of Green in 4th at the moment, but anything can happen here. Paloya back in podium contention. You have Dean Greer running in 6th right now. Caboose on this pack, waiting for his opportunity to come. Have to say, though, Caleb is gonna get that interrupted by Meter up the inside. That's gonna put Eddles off the podium and almost down to about 6th or so. If these drivers can put together a few laps here, they're only 1.5 seconds away from Chambers. 4 minutes to go plus 2 laps. Race victory for any of these drivers isn't totally out of question.
I tell you what, that might not be so bad. And again, I'm taking a look at the lap times here. 57.6 for Sawyer Chambers on his own. 57.264 for Levi Meter, who was, at front of that second group. And I don't necessarily think that move on Emmett Eddles was bad, because it's good, right? You make the move, you have that forward momentum, that's fine. Make the move here. You pick up another one. You pick up, another however many CCs, and you push your way up to Sawyer Chambers. And I think you're starting to see it a little bit, right? That gap closes in little by little. It was at about 1.5 the last time around. Let's keep an eye on it here when we cross the line. It closes by a 10th. I tell you what, Nate, I think it's going to get even closer the next time we go around.
Yeah, absolutely. With them not battling, I think they'll see every little tenth that they get closer to the back end of the 345 Intrepid. With Chambers behind the wheel, they're going to be getting the hurry up at this point to try and get closer and closer to the back end of the leader. Everyone playing nice for the time being. I think that's the key here, Caleb. Everyone just hold in line. They're fast as things stand right now. If they start to battle, any prospect of a race win is gone for each and every one of them, and I think they all know that.
Let's do some quick math here, Nate. We're looking at the gaps. It's closing down. I would say they're going to take away 3/10 out of the gap here of Chambers. You do that again, right? Another 3/10. I would say the draft is about 2/10 that's going to get added. 2-3 laps time, I think we have a fight on our hands.
Absolutely. Across the line, 1.4 last time across the stripe. This time, 1.1. So still, inroads being made. They're going to have to get on it a little bit quicker if the rest of these guys want to be in a podium or winning contention here, because all 5 of these drivers, they have to give up to them, Caleb. We talked about it last lap, but they are playing incredibly smart. They know the exact task that is at hand right now, and they're doing everything they can to close up to the back end of Chambers. If they get to a couple laps to go and there's no progress, well, then they'll start battling for second. But as things stand, I think this gap is going to fall under a second next time they come across the stripe. Probably going to be around 9, maybe 8.5 tenths. There goes Paloya off the track. That's really going to hinder their process, but that could be good for Meter and Green.
Bigger picture, boys. Bigger picture. Here we go. 1.1 the last time around. What do we have this time? It's a lot closer, I tell you. That's another 3/10 to the gap, 0.7. And now they're starting to get themselves into drafting range, and they just need to keep it on the track. They need to think bigger picture, right? If you want to think racehorses, right, you get on the whip, you get on top of it, try to get yourself up to Sawyer Chambers, who I'm sure is starting to feel the pressure that's coming behind him. Levi Meter, Brandon Green sitting 3rd right now. Rodrigo Paloya, again, a little bit of a mistake. He's back into the mix. Emmett Eddles was patient with him, didn't fight, and they're showing a lot of maturity, must be said here, Nate. A lot of maturity, a lot of patience, thinking bigger picture here in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Sawyer Chambers, after having such a big gap, is probably looking behind and thinking, great, that's not exactly what you want to see at this stage of the race. 40 seconds to go when they cross the line. It's going to be 3 laps to go when they come across. 7/10 was the gap last time by, into a purple lap by Levi Meter. They're starting to battle. That's not what you're supposed to do here, guys. You're almost dead. The race lead, as they come across, it was half a second, and that's going to grow back to maybe 7 or 8 tenths. They have to be careful. They have to be patient at this stage of the race, because a race win for all of them is still very much on the cards.
That's where you get into tricky waters, right? That's where you start to get hungry, and you start to see the progression. You want to put yourself in a better place when you get to those last 2 laps, but half the time it's just about sitting there, right? As much as it hurts, as much as it stings, it's about biting your tongue a little bit and saying, all right, I'll wait one more lap. I'll give it one more lap to get them to get there. And it's now closing in. You see it's at 2 car lengths, and we're going to start to fight, trying to get themselves in a better position here. Rodrigo Paloya wants to go, wants to make a move, and I think he's going to make it here on the front stretch. This should be enough to stack him and pack him. 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go. The group led by Levi Meter has hunted down Sawyer Chambers for almost half of this race, and now they're going to start to fight a little bit further back. All of them looking for a little bit of real estate here, Nate.
3.5 tenths the gap at the line. This time by, it's going to be bumper to bumper battle for the lead. We're finally here, 6 carts battling for the lead. Chambers now is going to have to go on the defensive into the bowl, inside line, making sure no one gets to the inside, holds the position, and this is where it starts to get fun, Caleb. Into turn 9, white lining for the race win. Meter's gonna go for it. The CRG pilot up the inside, gets the job done. New leader after so long. Chambers has been dominating this race. CRG out in front. Could be a 5th win for CRG on the day. White flag in the air, this time by 4 Meter and the 6 drivers, but as you can see, Chambers going to the lead.
White flag in the air. Sawyer Chambers to the bottom of the racetrack here. Side by side with Levi Meter. It's Chambers up front. Meter back to 2nd. Brandon Green holds on to the 3rd spot here. Emmett Eddle still right behind him. Dean Guerrier, again, who was back in 5th, or 6th, I should say. He was at the tail end of the group. Finds himself now slapped in the middle of it with Poloya at the back. They're making passes. Looks like Guerrier wanted to go for a move. But the lead hasn't changed yet. Chambers to the bottom and into the bowl. Nothing yet out of Meter. Hasn't found a lane. Brandon Green going low. Looking to hold on to the podium place here. Meter going high. Looking to cross over Chambers. Emmett Eddle's looking on the inside in a 9. He's through. They're almost 3 wide further back for the last of the podium places. But coming to the line, Levi Meter looking for something on Sawyer Chambers. We're going to have a drag race on our hands. Meter's not close enough. He knows it. Sawyer Chambers wins in Cresson.
What a race that was to end off the 206 junior weekend. Chambers getting it done after leading from lap 1, having to fight a little bit towards the end of that race. Makes it a race win. The championship gap will extend at the top of the field. There you see your unofficial results from the final 206 class of the weekend. 206 Junior, presented by TV Kart USA. Sawyer Chambers taking the win, then Meter, Green, Guerrier, Poloya, Eddles, Johnson. Top 7. Now Caleb, KA Senior. Up next, main event here for round 3 of TSRS.
If you're here on the paddock, find a spot on the fence line. Go out there and watch. We were here last year in 2024, Nate. We saw one of the best races that we've seen all weekend long. And again, they showed us how great KA Senior is here at Kart Moto, how great it can be here at Cresson, Texas. Let's take a look back to 2024.
For the start of this race, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Adrian Cruz lead us to green, and we are racing here. NKA 100 Senior goes Alex Stanfield on the inside of Jake French. Not close enough as of yet. He is now. Alex Stanfield up to the 2nd position. But there goes Jake French looking to deny that. The factory card up to 2nd. Cruz going to muscle his way through as well.
And Leo on Rudolph. Now you see a change for the lead. There is Jake French going down the inside of the bowl, getting the lead of Jesus Vasquez Jr. Come back, and Adrian Cruz is going to follow through and try to get P2 from Jake French.
He's going to look on the inside. He does. To the bottom of the racetrack. There goes Jake French. Not close enough on Jesus Vasquez Jr. He is now. And back to the point of the field here. Jake French, your new leader. And a crossover move. A heads-up move by Jesus Vasquez Jr.
He goes defensive. Jesus Vasquez Jr. Jake French gets caught around the outside. I think Trilly Adams is going to get. They're 3 wide for 2nd place all the way in. Yeah, Trilly Adams tries to slot through there. He's going to get freight trained, though, by Cruz and behind. There goes Cruz. Can't get around Jake French. No, he does. Jake French runs super wide and loses a bunch of positions there.
Rudolph going to the outside. Is he going to have any help? Not as of yet. Going to have a good run, though. Out to the main straightaway. Does Rudolph have it? No. Into the grass for Aiden Rudolph. Looking to make moves. Jake French going to the outside. Trilly Adams looks to go.
Oh, my goodness.
And the contact in between Adams.
Check that's now up ahead. Jesus Vasquez Jr. and that's bumper.
Like Stanfield to the point of the field. There's a little bit of a bumper there.
Well, we didn't see the whole thing, Nate, but a little bit of a preview to what we're going to see here in 2025. It's time to go racing in KA Senior, presented by Kart CRG USA. It's JVJ, Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the inside of row number 1, starting on the pole, alongside Heat 3 winner Adrian Cruz. Landon Skinner starting alongside Aiden Rudolph, championship points leader coming into the weekend with Sawyer Ruzel and Jose Carlos Fernandez on row number 3.
Ibrahim, Dan, Justin, Music, John Burke, Joey Friend on the outside looking in, but in the top 10 and in the mix as they all get onto the start straight. into the tram lines and ready to go for the main event here for TSRS round number 3.
The biggest regional racing series in the country with one of the most competitive KA 100 senior fields as well. 37 drivers total getting set to take the green flag. Cooper Shipman with an engine change as well coming into this one, so a penalty for him. But we look on to the tram lines. Issues for one driver further back, but the green flag is in the air. We go racing in Cresson.
That green flag there after a couple drivers having issues off the line, but we are underway. Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Landon Skinner, the GFC drivers, lead the way. Sawyer Roussel with the good run from 4th. He'll make up 1 spot. Then Carlos Hernandez, I believe, out of nowhere up into 4th there, Caleb. That's a great run. And John Burke, P5.
Yeah, a horrible start for Aiden Rudolph, must be said. He's out of the picture, out of the top 10 even. I think bogged down at the start like a good number of other drivers as well here to start this one up. But it's 2 Trackside Karting Services GFCs up front with Landon Skinner and Jesus Vasquez Jr. You got to go all the way back almost outside of the top 15 to find Rudolph. Phillips as well is way down the order as we're 3 wide further back in the field.
Yeah, we saw Phillips have a bad start in Heat 3 yesterday, bogging down off the line. Might have happened again for the Arcane Motorsports driver. Out in front, Sawyer Roussel and Skinner have swapped positions for that 2nd spot. He's going to break up the GFC sandwich, and now the GWR driver going to move his way forward to try and catch up to the back end of Vasquez Jr.
Yeah, Ibrahim Din has gotten himself inside of the top 5. Jose Carlos Hernandez just outside of it. And again, an early DNF, it must be said, for Santi Duran as well. He's not able to close this one out, as now Adrian Cruz looking on the inside of John Burke. Jose Carlos looked to follow through, and that door just closed shut.
Jake French up there as well after a Saturday that wasn't one to write home about for the Factory Karts driver. He's now up many positions compared to where he was yesterday. P4 for Jake French on board that 961 Factory Kart, and on the edge of a podium position, just a few kart lengths away from that. More than a few kart lengths, because that is a huge gap the top 3 have built. 0.8 of a second there, Caleb.
Yeah, here's his second group led by veteran Jake French with Ibrahim Din right behind him. It was at this very racetrack where he put himself on the map, and he does it once again. In at turn number 7, Ibrahim Din gets clear. Teammate Adrian Cruz looking to go by as well on Jake French. Can't go by in 9, but again, help is on the way. Jose Carlos Hernandez itching his way closer behind him. Michael Heyman's in this group as well, with what looks to be Joey Domi right behind him, the 911.
John Burke going defensive on this early stage of the race here for a TB kart. Not close enough to get any jobs done. So you can see the rest of the field filing through turns 1A, 1B, turn 2 and 3 on to the back straight now. Carlos Hernandez starting to lose the field a little bit. Cruz up the inside, gets that job done, and now we'll try and lead them to the top 3.
Adrian Cruz able to get by his teammate in Ibrahim Din, but up front, very quiet for Jose Carlos for Jesus Vasquez Jr., Sawyer Roussel, Landon Skinner. And very calm up front, keeping themselves away from this group further back with Adrian Cruz, now Ibrahim Din, Jose Carlos Hernandez, and Jake French. Single file pushing themselves along. Michael Heyman's looking for a move on the inside of John Burke. He gets it in at turn number 1.
Vasquez fastest kart on track at the moment, to no surprise. 3/10 clear of Sawyer Roussel in second. Then Skinner unable to hold with his teammate, stuck behind Roussel. John Burke back up the inside will retake that position, allowing Jake French to get further up the road as he's being left behind by this group, led by Cruz. It was about a second and a half or so as Carlos Hernandez put up the red flag. Put up his hand for that red flag. Multiple karts off. We'll get word on what happened there, but drivers will stop on the front straight. Lifeline for a lot of these drivers that got thrown further back in the field than they would have wanted.
Almost a mulligan here, and we're not even halfway, so this race will resume here in a couple of moments. We'll wait till we get some more intel. We'll be right back.
finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Cresson.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moto equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Just getting official confirmation here. The driver involved, the 912 for Kart Racing Solutions, Adi Bamru, is getting checked out by the medics. Was able to get up, is okay. Just again, final checks for the medics. This race will be resumed here in a couple of moments. That being said, we'll take this time, take another commercial break, and we'll be right back with more information.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time. It's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
So welcome back to round 3. KA 100 senior. After a red flag, TSRS officials going to work resetting the grid order for what was a bit of a scary red flag. Driver being checked out by on-site medical. We are getting set and ready to go. Caleb Viesca alongside me. You got the grid order for how we're going to run down.
Yeah, so there's a couple of notables here. Obviously, we look at the starting order up at the front. Jesus Vasquez Jr. is going to retake the pole position here. Sawyer Roussel in the 906 will put himself second, with Skinner third, Ibrahim Din, Jake French. That's your top 5. You go down to a couple of drivers. Joey Friend was slated to restart 16th. He's going to move down and going to be out of this race. Brooke Eddy, the 997, going to be out as well. And championship points leader, the 979 of Aiden Rudolph as well. Not going to restart with us here. One of the drivers involved in that incident. Again, we're just as confused as everybody else from what we hear. One of the drivers involved, he went a lap down, a lap or 2 down as well. So as it stands here on the sheet, it looks like we're going to go back to lap number 3. So that should give us about 12 minutes of racing time here left on the clock. 11:03 actually left on the time here. And again, a couple of notables. Jake Faulkner, who was off the track, the 954. He's going to get back up and start 19. And again, he quote unquote, if you will, DNF'd in that lap. And then we went back to lap number 3, so he's going to retake the 19th position. Everybody's going to get slotted up, so that should be 18th. With now Joey Friend working his way down the grid order and slated to be out. You see Joey there on the right-hand side, the CRG machine pushing back to the back of the grid. But yeah, I mean, just
a lot happening.
Yeah,
over that red flag
right?
period of trying to figure out who goes where. I don't envy.
Kind of speechless here.
Yeah, I don't envy the job of TSRS officials and timing and scoring that we're in the room with, of having to determine who was out in that red flag, who gets to restart. It's a lot of skimming through the rule book and knowing that off the top of your head. So kudos to the TSRS staff for jumping in quickly, obviously making sure that driver was okay, and then making sure all these drivers start in the correct position for a restart here. For the KA Senior main event, still have 10 minutes, well, 11 minutes plus 2 laps of racing to go. TSRS officials just double checking their work here on grid. Drivers getting helmets and suits on, ready to go here shortly for what will be a restart. KA 100 Senior.
We'll get more information here coming your way as we again wait for the official time of when we go back racing. Some drivers starting to pop the visors, pop the suits open again. They were suited up. They were lined up, and it looks like the 903 of French, I should say Friend, still at the back. So again, we'll get more confirmation here in a couple of moments. We caught up with a couple of drivers. One driver that actually sits pretty good on the restarting grid, Landon Skinner. Here's what he had to say after yesterday. All right, Landon, talk a little bit about your weekend so far. That last heat race, pretty close to the line with Adrian.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going real good. I mean, Second one, a little bit off. First one did real good, and third one really put it all together there. It was real fast.
Again, I mean, we haven't talked to you yet this weekend. Talked to some other drivers yesterday or earlier this morning. Talk about your year as a whole as well. It seems like, you've kind of really come to your own in your sophomore season of KA senior racing action.
Yeah, last year we were just learning how to be aggressive, I mean, it's just a totally different ballpark. This year, just 2 first races, real bad luck, but hopefully this one we put it all together.
Yeah, and again, you kind of said it for me, right? You're still looking for that first big win in the senior ranks. What would that mean for you to kind of get it here this weekend at Kart Moto? I mean, it seems like the pace is good. Sunday's been, like you said, right, the day where the bad luck tends to come.
Yeah, it'd be amazing. I mean, it's all we're looking for. I mean, it's always fast, so yeah.
Kind of getting back to it, right? Jesus has been up there with you all weekend long. What do you thought about the track? You were here last year as well, but the racing today, it seemed pretty tame in the first 2 heat races. Hectic, I think, is the word that we've been using for Heat 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be crazy for sure. I mean, the final is it's gonna be a little crazy. Heat races really showed that. So.
I mean, he said it right. Gonna be crazy here in the main events, and we have seen it be that way so far. Wrench get thrown at things, and again, just bad luck for Skinner in the past. So far, so good for the 917. Joey Friend looks like he is going to restart. Looks to be one of the drivers that actually got moved to the back. So the 903 going to take the restart here, but we do it again. Cruz shaking his head. Don't forget, you need a suit. You need a Micron 6. Order it today at shopakr.com, the official sponsor, the official partner of Kart Chaser. Live coverage all across the U.S. We get going again. It's Vasquez Jr., JVJ starting up front. Sawyer Roussel right behind him. Landon Skinner, Ibrahim Din. French to Cruz to Hernandez to Burke, Haymans, Domey, Fitz, Roberts, Roddy to Summers to Pico to Friend, Bam Rue. Audie, looks like the 912 not going to be one of the drivers to restart here. Was the driver involved in the incident. Is okay, out of the medical now, just some discomfort in his wrist. All okay for the 912 Kart Racing Solutions driver, but here we go. Under caution, we get ready to start single file line for Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Trackside Karting Services GFC at a crawling pace, and it must be said, we had a lot of drivers bogged down at the original start, which seemed to be really, I would say, the biggest struggle point with a lot of them at the start of the race. This pace here, to start it off, it's looks good with the officials, but I will say we might see some issues rise up here later on, Nate. That being said, into the start box we go. Green flag in the air, and a very slow start for the entire field.
A lot of drivers bogging down that second pack. You can see everyone that didn't have carbs set for these slow starts through 1A and 1B under green flag conditions with 10 minutes to go here. Jesus Vasquez Jr. obviously mastering that crawling start. Down the back straight they go. Roussel, Skinner, top 3, but this gives new life to 4th on back to try and get themselves a race win. Skinner to the inside. That was a late move from the GFC machine, and it's now black and white. GFC 1-2 for the time being. Skinner going defensive for his teammate now.
Landon Skinner catching Jesus Vasquez Jr. by surprise, getting himself up into the second spot. And he's able to get there. Sawyer Roussel just right behind him with Ibrahim Din in tow. Adrian Cruz still in the mix. Cohen Summers off and into the grass. As here comes the rest of the pack. Sawyer Roussel looking to go back for second. Helped by Din. They get past the 917 of Skinner.
Yeah, I think Roussel and the drivers behind Din is the other one saw the defensive measures being taken by Landon Skinner and weren't ready for it. They knew that there was going to be a little bit of games played between the two GFC teammates to allow Jesus Vasquez Jr., to potentially get further up. Din now to the inside, moves himself into second place and now releases him to go chase down Jesus Vasquez Jr., but Sawyer Roussel with the help of Landon Skinner up the inside into turn 9.
That GWR Gillard absolutely rolling here in Cresson, able to get himself up to second. Roussel has kept his elbows out, hasn't let anybody else take the helm of this second group. as they continue to go side by side. Further back, Peyton Phillips. That front bumper looks to be a little crushed in. And again, here's this second group. Jose Carlos able to get by his I guess you could say, chassis mate here this weekend. Jose Carlos with the Red Speed team. Their teammates on the national scene with Orsilon. But Ibrahim Din further back. Here goes Skinner with a push from Cruz. They work their way by on Sawyer Roussel all the while. Jesus Vasquez Jr. continues to pull ahead.
3 different drivers have tried to lead this pack. All of them have failed to bring themselves ever closer to the back end. And the 977 piloted by Jesus Vasquez Jr. You see his teammate on screen there, Landon Skinner, as Cruz is pointing forward. He doesn't want to fight with Skinner. He wants to try and get a race win. There's the rest of the field and the rest of the top 10 cycling through. 7/10 was the gap last time by. Peyton Phillips going to the wayside there in turn 10, but out in front it's now 9/10 of a second with Jesus Vasquez Jr. still having fast lap time of the race. Caleb, it's only getting better for the GFC pilot out in front as second on back can't get a grip to try and close in on the leader.
Push, that's the name of the game for the next 8 minutes. And now Jose Carlos looking to go by on Roussel. Jose Carlos able to get up to 4th. And now Ibrahim Din going to go by as well. Going to join Jose Carlos just in 5th. Din now going to defend, hold Roussel at bay. Jake French getting himself closer. Michael Haymans as well further back. Joey Domey in 9th at 9:11. Looks like he got passed by John Burke. He's now back up to the 9th spot.
Gonna see what the gap is this time by. It was just under a second last time they crossed the stripe. This time between Vasquez Jr. and Skinner, 7/10. They're closing here, Caleb.
Issues for John Burke on that front straightaway. He looked down at the engine, not sure what's wrong with the TB card here, but I think he's gonna be out. He shuffled way down the order. He was up inside of the top 10. He's down in 12th. I think it may be even worse than that now for John Burke, but looking at the lap times here, Nate, Adrian Cruz sticks out.
Adrian Cruz, purple, last time across the stripe. A lot of that gap that was closed down is due to him pushing the 917 of Landon Skinner further and further up the field. Jose Carlos Hernandez is going to need a little bit of luck there. Din behind, and Jake French up the inside of Sawyer Roussel on board his factory kart machine. Move Jake French up another position as they cross the start-finish line yet again. Vasquez Jr. and co. all tucking, trying to find every 10th they can. Roussel looking to the inside, backs out of it. Still 7/10, now 6/10 between the two leaders here, Caleb. That gap is closing at a steady rate between first and second.
Yeah, the gap that Landon Skinner, he was able to close about a 10th that time when they got to the straightaway. Cruz doing whatever he can to get up there to Vasquez Jr. in the closing stages of this race. We're about to get into the final third. Jose Carlos with help from Ibrahim Din. And again, it's about sitting patient for them and hoping that Skinner and Cruz have enough to really challenge Jesus Vasquez Jr., who again, when you get here Friday, when we roll up to the racetrack, that's the name that everybody is talking about. The 977 GFC for Trackside Karting Services has been the fastest piece, the fastest combination so far this weekend, and everybody else has been playing catch up. Skinner has been up there as well with the same pace. And again, here we get closer and closer, Nate. You see visibly they're about a car length away.
4/10 was the gap last time by the stripe, Caleb, and that is closing visually. They're almost on the back end of Jesus Vasquez Jr. Landon Skinner has closed the gap to his teammate, and if you're Adrian Cruz, you're left with a choice. Do you try and push and not let anyone else get into this fight, or do you split up the teammates and, even better, try and get to the lead as soon as possible and control this race over the GFC duo, because you know you're not going to have any help from the two in front of you. You're all by your lonesome. So the big question, do you bring the rest of the field into this?
It feels almost crazy to say this, Nate, but every driver inside of the top 5, or I should say inside of the top 3, Jose Carlos already with a win to his name this year, but every driver in the top 3 that's in our lead group is looking for their first win on the year. Adrian Cruz looking for his first win in a couple of years. Landon Skinner looking for his first win in the senior ranks. And Jesus Vasquez Jr., the reigning champion here at TSRS, is looking for his first win in 2025. Finished second out at Speed Sports Racing Park. And here this weekend, he's looking to get it done. And from what I believe, I think it might be Adrian Cruz's first time winning in the senior ranks here at TSRS.
Yeah, it could be a good result, a big result for him and the Cruz Racing Development Squad onto the front straight yet again. Those three are working together for the time being, but you have to think if you're Adrian Cruz, he must obviously feel like he has a good piece later on in the race to be this patient. 4 minutes to go, plus 2 laps remaining. The 2 GFC karts continuing to lead the way. Adrian Cruz still in third, then Din, Carlos Hernandez, Roussel, and French are that second group trying to close down a 2-second gap to the leaders.
Here we go, Landon Skinner. What do you do? It's a teammate who you've worked with all weekend long, all year long for the past 2 years. And again, it's about, who's going to be in front when it matters most. When the 2 sticks go up in the air, when the checkered flags wave. For Landon Skinner, who again looks to put himself #1 under trackside and on the racetrack here this weekend. Bad luck. You heard it from him earlier on before we went back green and back racing. Just putting it all together on Sunday, that's been the question. That's been the biggest thing he struggled with. And so far, he's in the best position he's been before here this weekend. Jose Carlos, again, this would be a good championship weekend for him to get some points, get himself back into the championship points lead over Aiden Rudolph, who unfortunately isn't closing this one out. And here's a look at Peyton Phillips as well, who we talked to yesterday, up to 13th. Won't be the fairy tale ending, if you must say, Nate, but again, a drive to be happy about. He was in the grass. Everything that could have happened to Peyton Phillips happened this weekend, and
absolutely
faced adversity and went through it all, yeah.
I mean, the driver who's sitting third in points, that being Peyton Phillips, is probably going to drop heavy after this week, and the championship charge seems like it's going to get difficult for him. But that being said, Aiden Rudolph, leading points, not restarting this one. That's going to be a huge blow to his championship, so we'll see where points rack up after this weekend. And heading into round 4, you can see there Joey Friend, another driver that was involved with an incident before the red flag. Officials allowing him to restart.
Started last.
And he's all the way up there. So 2 drivers who have had pretty poor weekends by their standards, making up for it a little bit with every point they can. Back to the battle for fourth on back, Din, Carlos Hernandez, and Sawyer Roussel make up this group. You can see them there. Din leading the way out of that group, but still a lot to make up here, Caleb.
1:50 to go. Justin Music as well. If you look at the movers there, he's up a spot. Down 10 for Domey. Again, issues for him. But Justin Music as well. A driver we haven't talked to all too much. He came on to came to our attention yesterday in heat race number 3. Catapulted himself up to the front with their new engine package under Arcade Motorsports, T-built by Trevor McAllister. And again, struggle weekend on all fronts in the first half, but the speed is there, the package is there, and you see them now starting to shine bright for Justin Music and Peyton Phillips. As we work our way to the last minute of this race, nothing has changed up front. Not much has changed here for fourth on back. It's still Jose Carlos Hernandez to Sawyer Roussel to Ibrahim Din. And we look up front, we're going to have a new winner in 2025. But it's either the California kid of Jesus Vasquez Jr., it's Landon Skinner looking for his first win in the senior ranks, and Adrian Cruz as well. When you think of KA Senior Racing in the state of Texas, you think of this kid who's sitting third, the 916, always finding himself up front with a family operation out of Cruz Racing Development. And again, this weekend has gone the best way possible. Just 30 seconds left, 30 seconds to go to see who it's going to be out of these 3 drivers on your screen.
Vasquez Jr. still being smart out in the lead, not white lining just yet, but once we see 2 to go, potentially next lap, I think it'll be 3 to go this time, the white lining will most likely start. Talk about how big of a couple of months it's been for GFC and this brand to get a win at the United States Pro Kart Series with Jake Drew, a victory that was so emotional and meant so much to the GFC team and to Jake Drew himself. They would love to add another one in TSRS competition with Jesus Vasquez Jr. behind the wheel, but Landon Skinner also wanting to put his name up there in the GFC ranks. But Cruz want to make sure GFC does not stand on the top step of the podium this weekend. They're all going to be battling it out hard for their first win of the season. 2 to go at the line here, Caleb. Vasquez Jr. still holding the normal line, but like we've seen all weekend, the second they see sticks in the air, it's time to fight.
Yeah, I spoke to Sonny Cervelli earlier this week, and he was saying what it meant to them when Jake Drew crossed the line first, what it meant for their dealers to be successful as well. And he's coming here this weekend, right? We've been successful throughout the years, and again, to come away with a win here, or to come away with a 1-2 period, would be the best situation possible. But Adrian Cruz looks to mix it up here, gets himself up to second, and gets himself one spot better to take the fight to Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Now he's got to close up and get by Vasquez Jr. He sees it's not a white and black cart behind him anymore, and now it's time to go defensive for Jesus Vasquez Jr. into the bowl for the penultimate time this race. Cruz is right there on him. Skinner might try and help his teammate out. He's going to go high. Cruz going to go to the inside into turn 9. Nothing there for any moves. They're going to hold in station for the time being. Onto the front straight for the final time. White flag in the air this time by Caleb.
Here we go, white flag in the air. One more lap here at round number 3 in Cresson, Texas at the beautiful Kart Moto. That's given us so much racing action here this weekend. Adrian Cruz looking to get himself on the top step, and Jesus Vasquez looking to return to victory lane here this year in 2025. Cruz down the hill, Vasquez still defending, keeping his Trackside Karting Services GFC as wide as possible. Cruz gonna have to get creative. Skinner getting impatient in third, can't find a lane. Cruz gonna continue to follow to the bottom of the racetrack. Skinner goes high, trying to set up a crossover. He's gonna get side by side with Adrian Cruz. It's looking good for Vasquez into the last corner. Cruz to the middle, Landon Skinner looking for the over-under. It's gonna be a drag race all the way to the line with Landon Skinner, who comes across to finally get it done in the senior ranks. Landon Skinner is a winner in KA Senior.
How about it for GFC? How about it for Landon Skinner to get the monkey off the back there? A winner in senior competition, a winner in KA 100 Senior at TSRS, one of the most competitive KA 100 fields in the nation. The 917s going to the top step as the rest of the field cycles their way through. There you see the unofficial results from the main event for K100 Senior. It's Skinner, Vasquez Jr., Cruz on the podium, then Sawyer Roussel, Din, Carlos Hernandez, French, Dunlop, Chico, and Michael Hammonds in 10th.
You talk about the bad luck in Amarillo when everything looked good. You talk about the heartbreak, the adversity, the amount of times this kid has had the pace to go out there and outright win, but something, some way, somehow, it never came to be. All that thought, all that ends today, and it makes it all even more worth it. Here to end the weekend, Landon Skinner, what a way to win your first. He wins it, and it's a 1-2 for Trackside Karting Services GFC. Jesus Vasquez Jr., a good bounce back in the championship points to finish second. Adrian Cruz gonna have to wait a little bit longer, but what a race for the 916 Cruz to finish on the podium. What a weekend, what a race, what a way to end it all. Nate, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to be here, and what a cool sight as well. Landon's dad actually working his way down to the pits. Really cool. You see everybody taking it all in, debriefing it all. But from us here at Kart Chaser, from everybody at TSRS, the 2 days of racing, it's been great. It's been an honor and a pleasure to bring you guys all the live coverage. We're back whenever we go to NOLA. For those of you who want to see more racing, I'm not sure if we're still live over in the Midwest. Go take a look over at Route 66. They should still be going if I'm not mistaken. But for myself, Caleb Yeska, from Nate Dean, from the entire Kart Chaser crew, we thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you next time.